Hello. I've just read chapter 1 of The Last of the Jedi. Dark Warning. Is it Dark Warning? Yes, it's Dark Warning. So this does literally pick up where the last book left off. So I suggest if you haven't watched my Last of the Jedi The Desperate Mission reviews, you can go back and watch those. There's a playlist for the Last of the Jedi book series I've made, and also a playlist for the Desperate Mission only. So, yeah. You can go and watch those if you want to catch up with my thoughts on the series so far. But anyway, we start this chapter off in the spaceport, in the Red Twin spaceport, and Obi-Wan, Ferris and Trevor have spotted Boba Fett. And Boba Fett is searching for them in a pattern that looks random, but is in actuality not random at all. And it literally does say in the book, in a pattern that would seem random to any ordinary person, but to an experienced, but to an adept tracker like Boba Fett, it wasn't. It was obviously a pattern, or even to a Jedi like Obi-Wan. So, yeah. Obi-Wan, Ferris and Trevor start scheming. They know they need to get out of there. They know Fett is going to find them soon. They need to get a new ship. And Trevor says that he can steal one, and he starts going through what he would do. And Obi-Wan stops him, telling him, "No, we already got Fett on our backs. We do not need a security on our backs as well." And so he says that they're going to have to go and make a trade. They can't make a deal that is... They have to go and find a pilot and a good ship. A good pilot and a good ship. And they can't make a deal that is too good, but they need to make a good deal. But they still need to make the deal seem good. So they leave the ship and go into the spaceport. And we get a little bit of information surrounding how transport works. Again, this is... I forgot about this, but it did come to mind just before I read it, or as I was reading it. In the end of the book, in the last one, it is mentioned that the Red Twin spaceport has got very minimal Imperial control. Again, minimal, hasn't got Imperial control completely. It just isn't monitored as well. But it does still feel a bit when they start talking about how so many people were in the port, having to go through all these security checks, having to keep waiting, and it was taking forever because of the Empire's takeover, and it did seem a bit like, is that really how it should be? But never mind. Anyway, Boba Fett eventually just winds up changing his pattern and almost immediately spots Obi-Wan, Ferris and Trevor. And for some reason, Trevor just goes missing for the rest of the chapter. He just doesn't... It's just not mentioned. Because once Boba Fett starts opening fire, Ferris and Obi-Wan start dodging all the bolts, and then Trevor just goes and leaps under a ship. And presumably he's there for the rest of the chapter, because it's not mentioned in the chapter again. So I don't know where Trevor is, but apparently he's dived under a ship to hide from Boba Fett. And we do get a funny moment where the pilot in the ship that Trevor ducked under, he starts noticing Boba Fett's blast bolts are firing into the hull of it, and he starts swearing at him. Well, we're told he starts swearing at him. It's not actually done in the book. It's not actually said in the book, but it is seen. And then Boba Fett aims his West Star 34 pistols at him, and it distracts him. Um, and he, of course, stops there then. But anyway, it did open up a diversion for Ferris and Obi-Wan. I can't remember what the diversion was, though. I'll have to check quickly. Right, it's pretty much just allows... It pretty much just allows Obi-Wan 2 seconds to think. And he went and leaps at Boba Fett to try... He started to charge at Boba Fett, doing the saying when in doubt, thinking when in doubt, do the unexpected. And he winds up leaping into the air and trying to kick Boba Fett's left knee. Because he notices Boba Fett is slightly off balance. But Boba Fett does reverse direction, whatever that's supposed to be. And, look, I googled it, I could find nothing. And, you know, I'm not going to spend the next 20 minutes trying to find what it means when I'm reading the chapter. So, you know, but if you know, leave it in the comments below. But continuing on. We then have Obi-Wan. Fett holds his ground, and Obi-Wan gets an elbow to the head, and it is mentioned that Jango Fett did a similar thing on Kamino. But I do not remember anything like that in the Kamino fight in Attack of the Clones, so maybe that's a hint to go and watch it again. Ferris starts charging, and then Dahahan makes himself known by blowing up a ship that knocks over Obi-Wan and Ferris. Obi-Wan, the crowd and Spaceport starts going back into the hangar for cover to watch the fights, because it's been a boring afternoon. They finally got some action to watch. Presumably some of them may have popcorn. They may be going over to the popcorn stand. I'd like to think about that. I like to think there may be a popcorn stand in the Red Twin Spaceport, or there's just some people there literally watching the fights, eating popcorn. I think that would be funny. But Ferris makes a very quippy remark once Obi-Wan tells him that he needs to go and distract. He needs to go and take on Dahahan and distract him. While Obi-Wan needs to get out of sight of the crowd so he can use his lightsaber, because if he uses his lightsaber, he's going to draw attention to himself, and that's the one thing he doesn't want to do. He doesn't need to have more people coming after him, and he's got to get back to Luke. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, he does mention that he needs to get back to Luke. He can't lead them over to Luke. He needs to stop Inquisitor Malorum, because he's getting close to finding out about Luke and Leia. So there is a whole lot of stuff that Obi-Wan has to do before he can go back to Tatooine. He needs to go back to Tatooine without being tracked, to not lure Boba Fett and Dahahan to him. So there's a whole lot going on. But then he uses the Force to leap up onto the roof of the hangar somehow. That confused me, because it was a hangar that wasn't mentioned before. Now, and if are they in the hangar or not? Because that's usually where the ships are stored. So it was a bit of confusing, but oh well. But yeah, they leap up into the he leaps up onto the roof of the hangar. Boba Fett flies up there, and everyone is able to kind of duck under a dormer, and he does start, and Boba Fett does start opening fire on him again. Fett gets close. Obi-Wan then is about to leap out, and Fett predicts it, and he fires a concussion missile from his jetpack, which knocks Obi-Wan off the roof. He uses his mind to slow down time, but I'm pretty sure it just means, because it says slow down the moment, but I'm pretty sure it just means to speed up the speed he's thinking and move faster. And he uses his grapnel line to pull himself back onto the roof. Then what happens? Yes, so then he gets back on the roof, he swings himself back up, he starts charging Fett, he cuts Fett's blaster in half, and then Boba grabs Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's lightsaber is knocked away, and he starts trying to push Obi-Wan off the roof. And Obi-Wan instead seizes Boba Fett's arms rather than trying to break away and leaps off the roof, but Boba Fett then tries to take that into his advantage by using his jetpack and then trying to slam Obi-Wan into the wall. I think he does it a few times because I think it is actually describes that that Obi-Wan actually got hit in the wall a few times. The way, at least it makes it seem like it. And then another one, and then on one of them, Obi-Wan lifts up his legs, and uses the Force to absorb the blow and knock Boba Fett back and loosen Fett's grip on him, and Obi-Wan lands, cushioning the landing with the Force, obviously. He summons his lightsaber. Ferrus comes running through the crowd as Taharn opens fire again with his head laser cannon, and ends up levelling half of the hangar or something like that. So Taharn really is he really has got quite a powerful head, doesn't he? I never thought I'd say that. Oh yeah, when Obi-Wan did tell Ferrus to go and distract Taharn, he did say, "Why do I always..." Let me find the line. "Why do I always get the mean guy in a humorous way?" Not in a mean way, but in a humorous way. But Obi-Wan picks up Ferrus, and it's just like that. He didn't come all this way just to lose Ferrus. Again, he came to find Ferrus to ensure, for not quite knowing why, but now he knows it's to help him form the rebellion. But then they leap through the levelled gap of the hangar, and Fett and Taharn follow. They cut off that exit. There are two massive doors that are locked that Obi-Wan and Ferrus are trying to get to, and that's where we end. Ferrus and Obi-Wan are trapped, and so how are they going to get out? They come back next week. But yeah, I enjoyed this chapter. This isn't related to this book, it's related to the last one, the last chapter of the last book. I ran the last chapter of the last book in my head probably 20, 30 times since I read it, just to remember it. So yeah, so I am glad I've been able to move on to the next book and get into the next chapter. But yeah, I'm enjoying this so far. Again, it is a continuation of the previous book, and it literally picks up where the last one left off. And honestly, there wasn't really anywhere else they could have Jude Watson could have really picked up. You know, the way it was set up. Yeah, it had to kind of be this. I am curious as to how Boba Fett and Taharn found them so quickly, though. I am curious to that. Do they have a tracker on the ship? Was their ship Taharn's? Because that's what it definitely seems like it was. It seems like it was. But I could be wrong on that. Maybe it isn't Taharn's. But I have a feeling it was. So maybe that's how they were able to track it. Maybe it's like a situation with IG-88 where because Taharn is a cyborg, IG-88's a droid. Maybe it's similar to IG-88 and the IG-2000 where the IG-88s and the IG-2000. The IG-2000's like a an extension of the IG-88s. Maybe it's like that, but in Saharan's case, he kind of knows where the ship is or something like that. I'm curious to know how it turns out. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm enjoying the book so far. I'm looking forward to what's going to happen. I'm looking forward to seeing Inquisitor Sankor, because again, I know how he's going to wind up. Plummets to its own demise because of its own wrist rocket. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this will progress. And again, I'm enjoying Ferris's character. I like the humour he has. It's very quippy and it's quite funny. I still like that line from the last book where it was, "Oh, I was getting ready to take the wheels off his chair." Just before Malorman walked in. So, yeah, I think, yeah, I'm enjoying Ferris's character. I think he's quite funny. Maybe there's a new line that's to compete. Which is, "Why do I always get the mean guy?" So, yeah, but we'll see. Maybe Ferris will have a standout line each chapter. Let's hope so. Hey, I'm curious to see where Trevor is. Literally, where is Trevor? Because he was completely absent after he ducked under the ship. Is he still hiding under the ship? Is he? Oh, another thing that I found quite funny was that Trevor was described as having quite a big influence in the black market on USA, and for about half a minute afterwards, all I could think of was Trevor, this 13-year-old, being heralded as like the leader of the black market on USA because he had such a big influence on the black market on USA. So I found that quite funny. I found that quite funny. But it's a 13-year-old. That's why I found it funny. But yeah, I'm curious to see where Trevor is, and I have a feeling he may be the one that saves Obi-Wan and Ferris. But I'll have to read on and see. So yeah. This is a shorter book than the last one. The last one was 168 pages. This is 139, which, you know, that's not too bad, really. The Dark Forces books went up to about, at maximum, 128. So, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to read the Last of the Jedi books, because they were so short. You know, they weren't like Plagueis where they went on for 300 pages, or like Heir to the Empire or the Dark Nest or the New Jedi Order books where they go on for about 300 pages. You know, these are hundreds and something up to 60 or so pages long. So, you know, that's why I kind of wanted to read The Last of the Jedi, because it weren't much longer than the Dark Forces novels. So yeah, but yeah, I'm enjoying Last of the Jedi Dark Warning so far, and I'll keep you updated with my thoughts on the other chapters. How many chapters are there actually? "18 chapters. Okay. So yeah, that's actually not. I thought 20 chapters wasn't too bad for 168 pages. 18 for only 139, was it? 38, 39. That's actually not even. That's actually a little bit better than 120 pages for 168. But yeah. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read Chapter 2 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. I do want to say The Dark Warning, but no, it is just Dark Warning. Again, this is another... You pick up right where the last chapter left off. And it is a bit of a frustrating solution to the cliffhanger. of last chapter, because in the last chapter they said there was no way for Obi-Wan and Ferris to get out. They were surrounded, there was no way for them to get out. And then the solution is right after Daharan passes Fett a blaster because he lost his bit, because he was destroyed when fighting Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan and Ferris just leap to a ship in repair. And that's how they get out. So there was a way out. Yeah, so it was a bit when you say they're surrounded and there's no way out, this is the same problem I had with Ferris being taken into the Imperial garrison in the previous book. I want to say previous chapter, but no, it is book, and it says that Obi-Wan there was no chance that Obi-Wan would have been able to get there in time before the doors properly shut, and then he winds up getting there in time and before the gates properly shut, and so this is kind of a repeat of that. I do think that's maybe a little bit annoying, but at least in this case it wasn't as bad as explicitly saying he couldn't get there before the gates shut, and then he winds up doing that. He winds up getting there before the gates shut. So at least it wasn't as bad as it was in the last book. So they're now hiding behind so now Obi-Wan and Ferris are hiding behind the ship the cruiser in repair. Daharan's laser cannon has overheated. What was Boba Fett doing? Oh yeah, Fett's blaster couldn't penetrate the ship. And so Obi-Wan takes this opportunity to kind of muster up a plan, because Daharan and Fett didn't really give them a chance to do so as they were advancing on them before they leapt. So now Obi-Wan looks up to the top of the hangar. Okay, I was really struggling to picture this this fight because it is just here, there, everywhere, and it's where even are they? I know they're saying they're in a hangar, but I kept imagining the ships can't be outside of a hangar on like a asteroid, and a bit like Police Master, but not Police Master. I was struggling to envision what was going on. I was just going along with it. But Obi-Wan looks up to some support beams on top, and he asks if Ferris can make it, and then Ferris asks, can a bantha fly? And Obi-Wan goes, actually, no, and Ferris replies saying, you're a stickler for the details, Obi-Wan. And then they hear a fire of a laser cannon from, of course, Daharan. And his laser cannons cool down a little bit. And another reason why Obi-Wan wanted to get up onto the beams on the roof, if I didn't explain, he wanted to jump up on there. It was also because then he could solely focus on Fett, who was the more dangerous of the two. He was the one with the cunning. While Daharan will be stuck on the ground at a disadvantage. But anyway, once they hear Daharan opening fire on the repairs, Obi-Wan leaps up onto the beams, and Fett, I think, opens fire on him as he does. Does he? Yeah, he leaps up onto one of the struts, and Ferris leaps on top of another ship and then tries to leap onto one of them. His hand grazes the strut, and then Obi-Wan is able to catch him and bring him up. Again, this fight is a bit all over the place, because the way I was envisioning it really just is what's going on, where are they? And it really just is a bit of I wonder how Jude Watson was imagining the whole scene. Because it really is, where even are they? What is going on? But anyway, Boba Fett then flies up. Obi-Wan and Ferris start running to the back of the hangar, with Obi-Wan deflecting bolts from Fett. Ferris starts throwing out laser cutting discs from his what's it called? Pockets. I really forgot the word pockets, but remembered laser cutting discs. And they started, and one of them even cut a crack into Boba Fett's shoulder plate, and Boba Fett is desperately trying to dodge them. Obi-Wan silently congratulates Ferris's inventiveness, and to be fair, when it was first described as him throwing a disc, I did think, were they the throwing discs used by the Malaysian assassins in Darth Plagueis? I know this came out, 7 years before Darth Plagueis came out, but I was still thinking, could it have been the throwing discs? But no, they were the laser cutting blades of a cutting torch. So no. As they're doing that, Obi-Wan, as Ferris is doing that, Obi-Wan then turns around to go and charge Fett. And he jumps, and I'm fairly sure it says he jumps, does it? No, it doesn't say he jumps, but I just imagined he did, because it said he was careening toward Boba Fett. Okay, okay. But Obi-Wan, he swings his lightsaber to cut off the bolts of a panel up on the roof. And Boba Fett starts and while Jahahan is charging up a blast. Obi-Wan then is able to get out of the way while Fett tries to stop Jahahan from opening fire, but he opens fire. The sheet of Durasteel that Obi-Wan cut the bolts off of falls down and crushes Jahahan. It pins his back down and pins down his legs, or crushes him, whatever it was. It was just pinning them down. Was it just putting them down? Yeah, it was just pinning down his legs. Then Obi-Wan and Ferris jump down. Ferris to try and... Fett gets out of the way, by the way. But then Ferris and Obi-Wan jump back down. They go to try and chase and stop Fett. And Ferris goes running behind takes shelter behind the ships to try and get behind Fett and corner him. And hold on. Sorry about that. Where was I? I think it was Ferris was going around the ships to take shelter and try and get around Fett to corner him with Obi-Wan. Because again, with Jahahan temporarily out of commission, this is their one chance to get Fett. But things start to go wrong for Obi-Wan and Ferris as the security team, the security officers, now starts to get involved. Because pilots fighting is one thing, but property damage, that's another. So everyone in the security starts coming around. Fett has now got a whole load of stuff to deal with. He's got Obi-Wan to deal with, he's got Ferris to deal with, he's got the security officers to deal with. All without Jahahan, because Jahahan is now stuck down, and when Obi-Wan gets up to Harhan, and I think it destroys the control panel for his laser cannon, was it? Yeah, he does, he destroys the control panel. And you just have Harhan there saying, oh, what does he say? Now we'll all be in prison together. Ferris leaned down. We're not going anywhere with you, you slab of circuit parts. And earlier he says, you think you've won. You think you won, don't you? But we don't lose. One day you'll be another Jedi prisoner on Coruscant. Malorum has his ways. But then Trevor finally appears, because I was complaining about him going missing in last chapter, with a brand new ship that he's traded for. And Obi-Wan and Ferris make a run for it. They go and get it on the ship, while the security officers open fire, and presumably Boba Fett as well, and they start flying away, and Ferris just... I'll just read out the last bit, because it should just pretty much explain itself. Nice driving, kid, Ferris told Trevor. Where'd you get the ship? Trevor's face was flushed. Traded for it while you were dancing around. I figured we'd need a clean getaway. Not so clean, Obi-Wan said. A glowing light was streaking across the sky. Boba Fett had escaped to his ship, and that's where we end off the chapter. So again, I quite enjoyed this chapter. Sorry, got to move my bookmark. There we go. I had it on the last page of the previous of chapter 2, rather on the first page of chapter 3, the bookmarks. So yeah, I enjoy this chapter. Don't know why it couldn't have been part of chapter 1. Again, this is the exact same thing I had a problem with in the Desperate Mission. I only really brought it up for the first 3 chapters in the Desperate Mission, but it was definitely something that had happened a few times with the Desperate Mission, where it was, why are they separate chapters? It literally picks up from where the last one left off. They could have been the same chapter. There was no reason to not have them be the same chapter, but also I'm kind of glad that they're not the same chapter, because it does break it up, and I think that just makes the book more digestible. I do like it when the book is broken up a little bit to make it more digestible, even though sometimes the breaking up can be a bit illogical at times, like here. But I am still glad it is broken up into separate chapters in some scenes, because it does just make the book more digestible. I think, and you can always read on the next chapter if you want. For these reviews, I typically end off the chapter, do the review, and then maybe have a break or do the next chapter right away or whatever. So yeah. But anyway, I enjoyed this chapter. We got a few more quippy lines from Ferris. Again, I do like Ferris's jokes. And I know it was said in the Desperate Mission that Ferris joking from everyone's perspective. That Ferris is completely different to how he knew him back when he was in the Jedi Order. But yeah. Oh, speaking of Ferris being in the Jedi Order, we do get to learn a little bit about Ferris. I think it's in this chapter. Yeah, it's in the first line he has in the chapter is, hang on. I wished I had a lightsaber, and we learn he turns his lightsaber in. And he says, now would be a good time to draw yours, Obi-Wan, when they do leap for cover behind the cruiser being repaired. So, yeah, and he does have a lightsaber on the cover of the book. But, So I assume, and I do look at Ferris's Wikipedia article, and it says that's him on the Ilum. So I assume we're going to go to Ilum and Polis Master at some point. But I assume in the next chapter, I assume it's probably going to be a space battle between Boba Fett, Trevor, Ferris and Obi-Wan. So, yeah. I'm not sure if Taharn's still on the, is still on the Red Twin spaceport though. That would have been, I think that would be a bit funny if that is the case. If Boba Fett just left Taharn there to fend for himself somehow because his laser cannon head that he's able to destroy houses is gone. But yeah, I'm looking again. I'm enjoying the book. I am enjoying the book, and I am looking forward to continuing it. I don't really have a whole lot else to say because it is pretty much just an extension of the previous chapter, and it is a very action-packed thing, and it isn't really there isn't always a whole lot to say about the action. So it was good. So yeah, I guess I do kind of wish we got to see what was going on with Trevor. And I do think in the last chapter, I kind of wish we got to see what was going on with Ferris and Taharn when they were fighting, because Ferris went to distract Taharn, but we only saw it from Obi-Wan's perspective. We only saw Obi-Wan fighting Boba Fett. We didn't cut away to Ferris and Taharn at any point. So I do maybe think we could have at least seen a bit of Ferris versus Taharn. And I do think maybe we could have seen Trevor making the trade deal. But overall, they are very small criticisms. I'm fine that we don't have them. And honestly, with how it would extend out the book, I am glad we don't have them. And I think the reveal of Trevor having the chip is a bit better. It probably works better without seeing him make the trade. So, yeah. But, yeah. That should pretty much do it for my review of chapter 2. Only got, how many chapters? 16? Ooh. that sounded a lot less in my head, but to be fair, I did go through 20 chapters in only a week, so... And with Plagueis, I've done 30 chapters and a prologue in a week, so not really that much, really. But yeah, I enjoyed the book. Not the book. I'm not even finished with the book yet. I don't know why I'm still talking. I'm just end the review. Thank you all for watching. Goodbye, and I did enjoy the chapter. Hello, I've just read chapter 3 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. Again, this is continuing right off from chapter 2. Boba Fett is chasing them, and I think it's Obi-Wan suggests that they need to get into hyperspace so they can lose them in hyperspace, and then Trevor says, yeah, that would be great if we had a hyperdrive. And then Ferris and Trevor start bickering with each other as Ferris is saying, you traded for a ship without a hyperdrive? And Trevor, what does Trevor say? Because I know I'm probably going to start mixing up some of his lines and getting them out of order. And he tells him that he didn't have much time, and then Ferris says, we're at the edge of the Outer Rim, where every ship has a hyperdrive except this one, and then Trevor starts saying, he didn't seem so choosy. You didn't seem to be so choosy when I came to rescue you. But Obi-Wan pretty much what does he say? He pretty much breaks it up with a suggestion saying that they could try and lose him lose Fett in a nearby asteroid field or nebula. And Ferris takes over the controls while Obi-Wan looks at the nav computer, and Obi-Wan finds that there's a nebula not about a few minutes away. And so they try to start going there. And there isn't really a whole lot of notes to really talk about, because it is just a space battle where they're being chased by Fett. They eventually... They do take a bit of damage. And in there they realise they're starting to run out of fuel, and Trevor says, but the pilot told me he just filled up the ship, and then Ferris tells him to never trust the pilot. They eventually, again, they keep getting hit. Fett winds up firing a proton torpedo, and Ferris says, this is a cargo ship, isn't it, Trevor? And Trevor says, it is. Well, no, Obi-Wan, sorry, says that. Trevor nods, and Obi-Wan says to release the cargo, and so they release the cargo. It destroys the torpedo locks onto that, and presumably, of course, it's it. Eventually they enter a star tunnel, whatever that's meant to mean, and they're in an atmosphere. Again, whatever that's meant to mean. An atmosphere in a star tunnel. This is a part of the book. This is the part of the chapter where I'm just thinking, what, it does not make any sense in the slightest. But they're flying through there, and they just can't shake Boba Fett, and they're riding a current. And Ferris asks Trevor how he did one of his manoeuvres on his grav sled back in USA, because he used to use it like an airspeeder to try and to escape Imperial security. And Trevor asks which action, and Ferris tells him the one where he would pretend to spin out, then recover and zoom off. And Trevor says that works every time, and that it needed a specific touch and needed a bit more power to the stabilisers. And Ferris says that they'll need a little bit of extra, if they're going to need a little bit of extra speed to perform it, and if he could patch some of the power from the hydraulics into the engines or whatever it was, and everyone says, but if we do that, we won't have enough braking power to land. Again, Fett starts opening fire, I think, and they're also coming up to a planet called Denita, and they're dodging and weaving behind all the satellites, behind the 20 satellites on there. And we learn that Denita was abandoned in the Clone Wars because the planet just got decimated by so many battles, and everyone on the planet just emigrated to the core. But anyway, back to what was going on. Trevor says that they can worry about landing once they're out of this predicament, and Obi-Wan says, but we can worry about landing when we get out of this predicament, and Ferris says that's exactly what I was thinking. So Trevor patches it through, and Ferris starts flying straight towards the satellite, and then pretending again to start flying out of control. And then they turn away just at the last second, and Fett continues flying on, and he evacuates his ship as it crashes into the satellite, and his ship isn't destroyed. Boba Fett is still alive, but he's going to be stuck there for a while, and Ferris hopes that they don't see him again, but he has a feeling they will. And now they have a problem with landing to deal with. again, I think the main, if I have anything really to say about this chapter, it is where on earth are they when they're flying through the star tunnel? Because what on earth is that meant to mean? Is it a tunnel of stars? You know, what is that meant to mean? And then there's an atmosphere in the star tunnel. What is that meant to mean? You know, I know what an atmosphere is, but, you know, an atmosphere in space in a star tunnel isn't a nebula, and they're meant to be in a nebula. Isn't a nebula just made of clouds of gases and dust? You know, isn't that what a nebula is? So where on earth are they? You know, where are they? And it was a bit confusing to try and picture. Sorry, I'm just checking through in case I missed anything, because it did not take me long at all to summarise what happened. Okay, one thing I did miss. Ferris does start using the Force kind of assist him in flying. And it does say, in times of need, Ferris was able to access it and use it, that had never fully gone away. He felt it move through him and he relaxed his grip on the controls. Once he had based his life on trusting the Force, he had to remember to do that again. And there is a funny moment where Ferris says, he says, I've still got a couple more tricks, and then it says, and Ferris hoped that was true. So yeah, that was quite funny. But again, not a whole lot to say on this on the first 3 chapters so far, because they are just so action packed, and there's not really a whole lot to say with the action packed chapters, because there isn't really a whole lot of significance that goes on. But yeah, that's the first 3 of the 18 chapters out the way. I've got 15 to go now. But yeah. For Dark Warning, this is quite a short review compared to the previous 2, which went on for almost 20 minutes. So, yeah. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye. Hello! Welcome back to my review of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. I've just read Chapter 4. Again, back with the action. Hopefully next chapter we're going to slow down a little bit, but Obi-Wan, Ferris and Trevor, they've been able to, of course, strand Boba Fett, and now they're trying to find a way to land. They don't want to land on the planet of Denethor below, because again it's uninhabited and it's too close for comfort to Boba Fett. And also they're running low on fuel, and there's a very low chance there would actually be any fuel for them to scavenge on the planet there below. So Obi-Wan looks at the nav computer and sees that there is a planet called Akarin. The nav computer says they will run out of fuel before they get there, but if they carefully manage their fuel, they would be able to get a few more kilometers out and get there. And so Obi-Wan and Ferris, and so they decide that's their best chance. And it's a large planet. There may be a spaceport or shipyard, an orbiting spaceport or shipyard, so they may be able to get some fuel there. Maybe even, of course, have a ship switch. And so they make their way over to the planet of Akkuin. And once they get there, Obi-Wan tries to talk on the comms, and he's not getting a response, even on the open line. And Ferris is saying, that is strange, keep trying. And he winds up bringing himself down into the planet atmosphere, and he says he hates having to arrive without permission, but they've got no choice. Again, they're running very low on fuel, they need to get that fuel, maybe even have a ship switch so they can get a hyperdrive. So they start lowering down into the deep inner atmosphere, and Trevor points to sees orange streaks, and asks what they are, and Obi-Wan says it may be cosmic gas. Ferris says no, in deep inner atmospheres, orange streaks can be the afterburn of a missile, can indicate the afterburn of a missile, and then they have another orange streak come their way, which is from blaster fire. And it's Imperial assault ships, which I assume is just another name for Star Destroyer. Actually, let me Google it. Imperial assault ship Star Wars. Oh, okay, it's just, I guess it's just like the Venators, I guess. No, oh, here we go, Imperial Assault Shuttle. Is that it? Maybe? No? I don't know. But it just is Imperial Assault ship, and they're chasing 3 renegade starfighters, and they send out some TIE fighters, and Ferris is upset that they've been led into a war, and eventually one of the renegade fighters flies over to their ship and draws the attention of the Imperial forces onto Ferris, Obi-Wan and Trevor, as well as the renegades. Now they're trying to, and now Obi-Wan looks at the nav compute. That's what was it? The transgraphical sensor or something like that. What was it? No, that's actually a few pages too early. The topographical sensor. Sorry, not the transgraphical. And he says that there's a canyon that they can go and hide in, which again is quite reminiscent of the last book where he had to crash land in the snow and to hide from Boba. But they try to start going down there for cover. Actually, did they decide to go there before or after the attention was brought onto them? Yeah, they decided to go there before the attention was brought onto them, sorry. And anyway, they start to make their way down there, and Ferris says the renegade ship is forcing them down. I should just keep the book open for this, honestly. Yeah, they keep going down. The renegade ship above them gets its smoke blocks their view. Ferris can't see anything. They crash land. Ferris is able to find a blaster in the pilot's compartment, and the 3 of them leave the ship as it's crashed on its side, and and the landing ramp can't quite open up fully. But as they leave, with Ferris leading with the blaster out in his hand, the pilot of the renegade ship also is there, coming out of his own ship, pointing his blaster at them, even fires a few times, or at least once, and tells them to not move. He says, "Don't move. If you move, you're dead." And that's where we end off the chapter. Again, this has really been a very action-packed start to the book. With 30 pages in, we've got about another 108 pages to go, but still this is a really action-packed opening. You can't still, with 4 chapters in now, I've read 4 chapters, next will be chapter 5, and we still haven't had a chance to kind of just slow down and relax. Yeah, it's not that I don't, not that I'm complaining about it, but it just does seem a bit like when we're having the slower moments, because it just seems to be Obi-Wan, Ferris and Trevor are getting chased around for the first part of the book. You know, there's only 18 chapters. We've only got 14 more to go now. It definitely seems like if there were more chapters, it wouldn't seem like such a big impact on the book. But because it is 18 chapters in total, it does seem like it is maybe putting a big dent in the book. Again, not complaining too much, and again, it is one book in a series of 10, so I can't really judge it too much on that, can I? And I know there's still a whole lot more to come with Police Master and such, but I just do find it funny that the first 4 chapters are just back to back to back. Action, 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 and we just haven't really had a chance to slow down, stop and rest, you know. But yeah, I enjoy, and it also means I can't really give you any deep reviews for these chapters, because again, there's not really a whole lot to talk about. I think the most significant thing that of note that we can talk about is that Obi-Wan knew someone called Garen Muln, Muln, M-U-L-N, Muln. I don't know how you meant to pronounce that. Garen Muln, on the planet of Akarin, and he presumes him dead from Order 66. Which does make me think, are we going to see Garen? Because again, it just says he was presumed dead. It doesn't necessarily mean he is. Maybe he is, but but you know, maybe he isn't. So yeah, that's something to kind of wait for and see. Maybe the pilot is Garen. It would be funny if it's "Don't move, if you move you're dead," and then the opening of the next chapter, Garen! That would be funny, but yeah. And anyway, I mean, again, enjoy the chapter, but again, not really a whole lot to talk about, so I'm just going to leave it at that. I enjoyed the chapter, and if I've got to end the recording now, otherwise I'm just going to continue blabbering on. So yeah, thank you all for watching. Come back next time, and I'll see you all again later, soon, whatever. Bye. Hello, I've just read chapter 5 of The Last of the Jedi, Dark Warning. I almost said The Desperate Mission, Dark Warning. I wasn't sure whether I'd even read this chapter today, but I did. I read it today, and I'm quite happy with it. When I said I wanted the chapters to kind of slow down a little bit with the action, this isn't necessarily what I meant. Hopefully we can slow down a little bit within the next few chapters. I think we are going to get a few talking scenes, because we're nearly halfway through the book, you know. Next chapter is chapter 6. Once we get to chapter 8, we're going to be halfway through the book. So about the first half of the book is already just fight, one chapter after another. But this chapter, when I said I was hoping for a few more calmer chapters where there wasn't that much action, I didn't mean just walking through a forest, canyon and plains for most of the chapter and having a quick conversation at the beginning. That's not what I meant, but then we get back to fighting. But let's just go through and summarise what happened. So the pilot that was aiming her blaster at Obi-Wan and Ferris and Trevor Um, she's standing on the hull of the ship with both of her, and holding the blaster with both of her hands. Obi-Wan force pushes her over, while Ferris raises his blaster, and Obi-Wan leaps over and brings his lightsaber to her neck. And she's surprised to see Obi-Wan, because he's a Jedi. And she's just... I'm just going to go over her description because I want to remember it. She's a humanoid. She's not human. She's a humanoid with blue eyes, an auburn braid, and she's wearing 2 blasters on her chest, along with sheening armour. I assume that's silver, and she's also a pilot and had a pilot helmet. But yeah, she's shocked to see Obi-Wan as a Jedi. She thought them all dead. Hold on. Let me go through the chapter again quickly. Well, not read it quickly, but you know what I mean. Just quickly skim. Obi-Wan asks who she is. She introduces herself as Rayna Quill. And she's a commander in the Akarin Resistance. And she says, Rayna Quill, I'm a commander in the Akarin Resistance. Pleased to make your acquaintance. That is, if you can manage to take a lightsaber off my neck. We learn that she was intentionally forcing Ferris and the others down because they were moving into enemy territory where there was a turbo laser. So she was trying to help them. And Ferris asks, who's the enemy? And which seems a bit of an odd question, but she says that they're fighting the Empire. And Ferris goes, but you were separatists. And she says that doesn't mean we support the Empire. And we learn that Akarin was a planet wanting to have independence from the Republic. They were wanting to leave the Republic. And they were starting to work on the truce at the end of the Clone Wars. And then the Empire came and they got a look at the Empire. They decided to call off the truce. And they kept fighting instead. For now, it's been a year since they've been fighting, and the Empire was expecting to take them down in a couple of weeks, but they are on their last legs. They've retreated to their central city of Eluthan. I'm getting a little bit ahead, because when Rhaenys explained why she tried to lower them down, that's when Obi-Wan deactivates his lightsaber. So I did get a little bit ahead there, but that's why we learn why they were fighters. We learn that they evacuated most of the citizens from Eluthan. And that they can walk there. Obi-Wan asks her if she knew of the commander of the Republic around doing the truce, I assume, and she's Garamullan, and she says yes. She says that she did meet him once when they were doing the truce, and that her commander Toma was with him on the day of Order 66. and she says that they better get to Eleuthum and they can talk with Toma there. And we see that, and Ferris glances over to Obi-Wan, and he knows just how much how that Obi-Wan was. Sorry, pardon me. We see Ferris knows just how close of a friend Garen was to Obi-Wan. Yeah, he was a good friend. Sorry, I'm having to look in the chapter because I get invested toward the end of the chapter because these chapters are so short. And again, I'm glad they are short, but because again, digestible. But it is still, I'm not getting invested in them toward the end of the chapters, unfortunately. So this is why I have to keep looking into the book. So if I pause, that's what in these reviews, that's what I'm doing. And we know, and we learn that Ferris has met him once as an apprentice in what is still thought as a previous life. And they start making their way over to, what was it? Eleuthum? Oh, that's what it was. I keep forgetting the name. And we learn that during the Clone Wars they fortified the city, and that they got a shield operating, and they believe that it will protect them from anything, and everyone thinks not from the Empire. And we learn that the Empire has ringed the city, and they've got droid scouts there. Trevor's getting tired, so Ferris hands him some protein bars. And they go out from the canyon, go out from the woods into plains with large stones rising up to hundreds of meters. And they eventually see a combat assault vehicle, a CAV. I'm just going to call them CAVs from now on. That's what the book does. And also it's just so much simpler to say CAV. But they spot the CAV, they hide, and they're able to hide from quite a lot of them until they come across a group of droids, and there are droids driving the CAVs with surveillance probes, but they eventually come across a squad of droids and have to fight them. Ferris miraculously does not get hit. Then Ferris goes and dives and roundhouse kicks one of the droids, while Obi-Wan slices one of them and destroys the control panel suite on the other, and the two other droids go and hide. Reyna says, and other CAVs are coming, and Reyna says to go and sort out the other two droids. She'll set off a smoke bomb, a smoke grenade that would be able to, because the wind's blowing in the southeast, which is where the CAVs are coming from, and they'll be able to make a quick escape into the city of Eleuthum. So Obi-Wan takes out the two droids very quickly before they can even turn around and see him, while Reyna sets up the smoke grenade, and they walk over to the what was it? To the wall, which is noted to be of great beauty, because it's not just our practicalities, it's also quite beautiful apparently, with lots of patterns of grey and dark blue. And Obi-Wan and Ferris, the guards stop. It might stop at just the grandeur of it. And they eventually get in through this secret entrance, in through the wall. They get in with Reyna pressing a few stone buttons. The stone wall slides back, and it is also a sheer wall. A big stone moves back, and Reyna motions them in and says, "Welcome to Eluthan," and that's where we end off the chapter. When I said I didn't want to, I wanted it to kind of slow down for a little bit. This was not what I meant. I know last chapter kind of slowed down. I know last chapter did sort of slow down. But it did still feel like we were still moving at 100 miles an hour. This definitely is, we started to slow down a bit here. I think I like the lore that we're learning. I don't know if Akkarin appears before the last of the Jedi. I assume it didn't because of how much it's been told to us. But I do think maybe it could have. Maybe it has appeared before. I don't know. But so far, I like the lore about it. I like that it's a separatist world. I think that is quite a nice kind of flip on its set, on the on having the Jedi fight for the separatists with in Obi-Wan and Ferris. I think that is quite interesting. Well, former separatists and technically former Jedi, let's be honest, but well, former Jedi and a Jedi. So yeah, I think it is implied that Garen Uln, or Mulan, whatever it was, he has such a ridiculous last name, but I think it is implied, yes, he is dead. I could be wrong on that though, I could be wrong, but I think it is implied he's dead. I'm going to be interested to see where this goes. I do hope it isn't a repeat of Belasa, of what happened in the last book. I think, because it is, again, a resistance against the Empire, I do want it to be different from what it was in the last book. And I think we're going to be getting that because this is a proper full-on a full-on war, compared to what was going on Belasa, which was more of encouraging the people of Belasa to rise up rather than to and play their part in slowly crippling the Empire rather than full-on fighting them. So I think this is different enough from Belasa, but I'll need to see more. And I do hope we don't spend too much time on here on Akkarin, because again we have. I don't want I know Polis Master is going to be relevant because again, Inquisitor Sankor, I know what happens with him. I know he dies on Polis Master, so I do hope we get enough time on Polis Master to keep everything nicely paced. And I do think, hopefully, we don't spend too much time on Akkarin because again, this still seems like it's a bit of a side quest, but it is also the main quest because they're needing to get a ship, because they just destroyed the 2 ships that they had and they've had to walk all the way there through kilometres and kilometres, literally. Oh yeah, the sky on Akkarin is yellow. That's random, but I know. I needed to bring it up. But yeah, I do hope we don't spend too much time on Akkarin. But I do still hope we get to see enough, and also still hope that we get enough on Polis Master. Again, I think apparently we're also going to be on Ilum soon, so I do hope the book isn't overpacking itself, because it's already spent pretty much a quarter of its first half just being action, and half of its first half, sorry, just being action. It's a quarter of the book, action. Chapter after another chapter after another chapter after another chapter. So I do, and this chapter did again slow down, but I think it did get back into that action towards the end. And I do think that and I do hope that it's not just going to be action, action, action throughout the entire thing. I think one of the things about the Desperate Mission that was good, quite good, was how it was a bit of a slow burn, and then things really started to pick up about halfway through when Ferris was finally found, and that was really when things started to pick up. And I do think maybe this, and I do know this is picking up straight from the Desperate Mission, but we do need to acknowledge it is another book, not the same book. It is, even though it is a direct continuation, it is still a separate book, and I do think maybe the pacing is a bit too quick early on. But again, it is meant to be a second book that literally is leading right off the cliffhanger of the first book. So I can't be too moody, but it does feel a bit like maybe we've gone from 0 to a minute to 100 very quickly. But again, if it does start to slow down a little bit, then hopefully, things will hopefully turn out alright, fingers crossed. But yeah, and I do hope, and I do still have high hopes for Dark Warning, but yeah, it's just been so much action with very little to actually talk about. Because it is action, it is hard to get a proper feel on what's going on to get a proper opinion on the book so far. So yeah. But anyway, that should do it for my review of, what was it? Chapter 5 of The Last of the Jedi, Dark Warning. I almost said Desperate Mission. But no, Dark Warning, not the Desperate Mission. So, yeah. Thank you all for watching. And goodbye. Hello, I've just read Chapter 6 of The Last of the Jedi, Dark Warning. So, we open up with Obi-Wan, Ferris, Trevor and Reyna walking through the city of Eluthen, and it's in a bit of a random pattern. It's quite tall, the buildings are a few floors tall, and they eventually come over to a school which we learn the students, some of them joined the Acherin resistance. Some of them offered the school up, all of them pretty much offered up the school as a base of operation for the Acherin resistance. And they've got a roof that extends over the grass plaza where the ships park. And Trevor said, or maybe they just wanted to get out of classes, and Reyna Quill laughs and says maybe. They enter the school, they come over to the hall, and they see a bald man, and Obi-Wan assumes that this is Toma, and he's correct, and he looks to be very impassive with his expression, but he sees how relieved and relaxed he is to see Reyna, thinking that she had been shot down and killed, and she introduces Ferris, Trevor and Obi-Wan to him, and he's a bit, and it's described as him looking at Obi-Wan searchingly, so I think he's a little bit sceptical, but he's honoured to be with the Jedi and wants to know some of their advice, and wants him to bring advice in the battle they're about to participate in. And Ferris offers up to join the pilots, and says he'll do anything to have a whack against the Empire. And Obi-Wan doesn't want Ferris to go. He didn't want him to go, but there was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't his Padawan, it wasn't his place. And Obi-Wan didn't want to get in the fight because, of course, he still has a duty for Luke and Leia. He still needs to be able to go there and protect him, and he doesn't want to get in any unnecessary fights. Trevor wants to go, but Ferris tells him that he should probably sit this one out. And Trevor says he's tired of being left behind, And Ferris tells him that... Well, let me just read off the interaction, because I do really like Trevor and Ferris's relationship. Don't fret, Obi-Wan. I'll just do a little damage and come back to get you, Ferris said easily. I want to go, Trevor said. Sorry, Kit, Ferris said. Not this time. I'm really getting tired of being left behind. I don't think stowaways have a choice, Ferris said. And Obi-Wan does try to start to talk to Toma about Garen Mullen, and then that's when the alarm goes off that the Empire has surrounded the city of Eluthan and that they need to start the battle. And then Toma asks Obi-Wan if he wants to give his advice in the battle, and Obi-Wan suggests not going around the Imperial fleet, because a lot of them like to do the pincer movement, and then because a lot of commanders like to do pincer movement, and he suggests going straight through them. It's more dangerous, but it's gonna also assist with their left flank and stuff. And Toma takes note, but Obi-Wan isn't really that hopeful, because he knows that they've lost. There's a bit of a space battle. We don't really see much of it. We just know that they're losing, and Obi-Wan says, and Toma and Obi-Wan know that they're going to lose, and Obi-Wan says that to just surrender, and that is an option. And and let me just try and find... This is a bit of a longer chapter than the other ones in the book so far. They're losing their best. Obi-Wan knows they can't hold out. Toma thinks that they didn't hope to defeat the Empire, they just hoped that there could be enough of a nuisance for the Empire to back off. But Obi-Wan says they would never back off. And says that their reach is a stranglehold and that they would never let go. And Toma says that if he pulls the pilots back, the battle will be lost. And Obi-Wan says if it must be done, it should be done. And so Toma recalls all the pilots back, and he has a word with Admiral Wibble. That's another funny name in the... First we had Gurdon, then Wheezy, now we've got Wibble. R-I-W-W-E-L. And Toma says he's prepared to surrender his pilots to have safe passage, and Acheron agrees to become part of the Empire. And Wibble, I'm going to try to call him the Admiral at this point, but Wibble says that after what they've done, and after all the deaths they've caused to his forces, that is acceptable, and they need to be punished for their disloyalty, and they do not accept their surrender on their terms, but instead they will accept their surrender on his terms, which is the complete annihilation of Eluthan, with its destruction. And they start to bomb it, and Toma is a bit of, oh, what have I done? And Obi-Wan assures him that no, this isn't your doing, this is what they have done. And he tells them that they need to call the pilots off and tell them not to return, and otherwise they'll be destroyed. That's what Obi-Wan tells him. Also, Toma is a bit resistant against the annihilation. With Rebel to begin with, he says, "No, it is our ancient city, revered by all Acherons, the site of our most precious treasures.
You should have thought about that before you made it your base.
I don't know why I keep thinking of Ribble with that really high-pitched voice.
You should have thought about that before you made it your base.
Sorry.
Should have thought about that before you made it your base. Do you think after what has happened, after the many deaths of our forces, that this is acceptable? You must pay for your disloyalty, and I do not accept your surrender terms. You will surrender on our terms.
It's like the main Spanish Inquisitor in the Spanish Inquisition sketch of Monty Python with that high voice. Sorry, I've gone a bit off. Oh, I've lost my page now. I've gone a bit off topic. Obi-Wan tells him to call off the pilots so they are not destroyed in the bombing. Thomas says that they're already quite close. But he tells them to not return to Elufan and to take evasive action. Evasive action, reversal of fortune, recruitment, prey and endgame. If you don't know, those are Star Wars web strips. It got a little chuckle out of me because it's evasive action. And the ships are already bombarding them. And all the pilots make it through, but to Obi-Wan's dismay, 2 of them are still flying towards the school that's now the base of operation, and it's Ferris and Rayner, and Obi-Wan thinks, oh, that's Ferris and Rayner, and Toma goes, no, they'll get caught in the bombing. I don't know why I'm thinking of Tyro as this old man. But then Tomo explains that that there's a secret hangar, and that Rayner's probably going there, and in that secret hangar he has a star cruiser that they can escape in, and so Toma, Obi-Wan and Trevor start making their way over to the hangar, and Obi-Wan says to Trevor, stay close, and Trevor goes, what's I like Trevor because of his attitude, but what's Trevor say? Stay close to me. I'm not going to argue with that, Trevor said. And the building starts to shake and crack, and it starts to rain dust. Again, because of the bombing, but it's still holding up, and they start to make their way down, but they're being followed by 5 stormtroopers, and 20 stormtroopers are ahead. Obi-Wan tries to turn around, figuring it out. Once he figures it out, and Toma goes, no, that leads to a dead end! We have to go this way! I keep thinking, to be fair, that's a bit of an exaggerated voice, I think, with Toma. It is a bit more of a, no, that's a dead end, we have to go this way. But no, anyway, Obi-Wan thinks, so well, he can't have them all, and so he goes ahead with lightsaber in hand, with Toma next to him with blaster in hand. Trevor finds a closet labelled athletic equipment and finds laser balls in there for some reason, and Trevor said to let him asked Obi-Wan to let him take the lead because of the laser balls, and Obi-Wan's a bit cautious, but Trevor tells him to trust him. And there wasn't really much time to argue because again the stormtroopers are coming, so Obi-Wan lets him go ahead, but he makes sure to be beside him to protect him. Once the 20 stormtroopers do arrive, Ferris is still in the air piloting, isn't he? Trevor starts flicking his hand away with the laser balls, and the stormtroopers are confused at first, and they try to dodge them, and they start bumping into each other and knocking each other over, and they're trying to shoot at Obi-Wan and Toma and Trevor and presumably a few others. But I think it is just Obi-Wan, Trevor and Toma, because no one else is described as being with them. But the stormtroopers start bumping into each other. Toma takes a right flank to start firing on them. Obi-Wan leaps in there and starts cutting them up with his lightsaber. They make their way to the hangar. Toma is looking at the vid screen. He says starts talking about something, and I need to check it to know what he was talking about. Hang on. He says that they're underground and he can activate an opening when they see Ferris and Rayna, and it's concealed in the side of the building. And Obi-Wan looks at the Star Cruiser, sees it's a bit of a battered ship, and Thomas says that it looks like that, but it's got all the weaponry you need. It's got a hyperdrive. Now, what does he say? He says, "I know," Thomas said. It doesn't look like much. It's not supposed to, but it's got a tweaked hyperdrive and all the firepower you could want." And then Trevor says, "Look," as he sees the two starfighters. They make it into the hangar as Toma opens the door. Rayna quickly gets out of hers as it bursts into flames, and all of Ferris's controls went out in the final dives, and he's trying to cut himself out with a vibro cutter, but Obi-Wan helps him get out with his lightsaber. Ferris explains what had happened again with losing all of his controls, even the manual stuff. And the stormtroopers enter the hangar, and everyone gets into Toma's ship. Rayna starts flying it away, and they start to fly through the city being destroyed. It's like Taris all over again. Poor. But it's Saul Kavith and Darth Malak. No, I'm joking. And Rayna's a bit upset, but she doesn't really have a lot of time to be upset. What does she say? No, it's a page ahead. "I can't believe it," Rayna cried. "I can't believe they're destroying the city." But they a missile begins to be locked onto them. Rayna dives into the canyon with them standing stones from the last chapter. The torpedo is destroyed on that, and I'll just read out the interaction because it is extremely funny. "They've locked a missile on our position," Obi-Wan called. "I've got to take us through the standing stones," Rayna said. "Isn't this ship a little big?" Ferris asked. "There's no room to manoeuvre." "I've done it before on a training exercise," Rayna assured him. "That was in a starfighter," Toma pointed out. "And you crashed your ship." "Is he kidding?" Trevor asked. Rayna shook her head. Toma never kids. "Oh, good," Trevor gulped. And Rayna flies over the walls of the city. She dives down into the canyon. The torpedo crashes into the standing stone. Obi-Wan grips the console as another giant stone comes flying towards them, and Rayna flips the ship sideways and then zooms around another one, and Obi-Wan thinks it's almost like flying with Anakin. And he feels happy for a moment, and then remembers the rest of what happened with Obi-Wan, and it pleases him, and he thinks Anakin. Other starfighters dip down, and they keep getting destroyed in the standing stones, so most lurk back up, while one continues to chase Rayna. Rayna eventually dives the ship really close to the ground and cuts off all speed as they charge another stone. That's going to be pretty much going to be too narrow for them to get through, even Obi-Wan says, "You're never going to make that." And the pilot that was chasing them, he tries to go sideways to fit through, but he is a bit too distracted by Reyna's manoeuvre and winds up going headlong into the into the standing stone, and then Reyna slowly makes her way through the canyon after that. And Obi-Wan is curious as to why she's going so slow. And I know there was something Feather said. I need to check it again. The starfighters are still up there, Feather said. His eyes on the nav screen, that's what it was. And as they get towards the edge of the stone field, the stone suits start to get further apart. As Obi-Wan wonders why Reyna's going so slowly, that's when dusk hits. The light from the sun, as it dips down, starts to make the sky go navy blue. And there's a brilliant orange fire, as it's described. It's just really light. We know that covers the standing stones while it covers the canyon in shadow. And Toma says they call that the Eluthan flames, I think. Yeah, we call them the flames of Eluthan, Toma said. And the walls of the canyon go black with shadow. And that's when Reyna does a burst of speed. And Toma says that they're going to be able to... Toma or Reyna says that they're going to be able to use the shadows as a way to hide from it. Reyna says... not Reyna, Toma says that the ship has a cloaking device, but it drains a lot of power. And apparently they activate it. I don't know when, but they do. And eventually... hold on. It'll make it hard for the ships to for the starfighters to get a visual sighting, as Reyna does some amazing flying. Trevor said, "If you ever want to give piloting lessons, sign me up," he said. And Reyna gives a nod with a very serious expression. And she knew how slim their chances were to outrun or outfox a squad of Imperial starfighters, which I assume are meant to be Imperial TIE fighters. And it then describes the wide navy blue sky looming up ahead. They were almost out of the canyon. Reyna shot up into the dusky sky and headed up to the outer atmosphere. I'm kind of paraphrasing what's said in the book here. And she's pushing the speed to maximum. I'll just read the end of the chapter here. "We made it," Trevor crowed. We're losing the cloaking device," Reyna said. "Just a few more seconds," Toma said, scanning the sky. But Obi-Wan's eyes were on the screen. He saw the blinking dots reverse direction. "They've spotted us," he said. And that's where we end the chapter. I know I kept saying I wanted a chapter that was a bit slower, but I was mainly wanting a chapter that was a bit more talking when I said slower. And this is kind of the chapter that I was waiting for. I do think maybe it is still quite action-packed. There really has not been a chapter that hasn't had some kind of action so far. And the next chapter's chapter 7, and we're almost halfway through the book. I'm on page 52 out of, what was it, 39? 139, I mean. So, yeah, but I am quite glad that this is a bit more of a talking chapter. There is a lot of talking in there, but it is also balanced out with the dialogue mainly being related to the action. I think this is probably the most entertaining of the action chapters so far. It's the longest chapter in the book so far, but it's definitely the most entertaining of the action chapters so far. And it really did send you a bit of a roller coaster, and it's got a bit of everything in there, this chapter. You know, you've got the banter between Ferris. We haven't got Ferris's quippy remarks, so maybe not everything, but you know, we've got the banter between Trevor and Ferris, which, again, I really do like their banter. It really is funny. I think them two are really funny, and I know Trevor's in the next book. I don't know if he sticks around for any longer than the next book, I'm afraid. I do not know if he does. I think he may be in Death on Naboo, and then I don't think he may not appear again after that. I don't know. Maybe he does. I don't know. Don't spoil it for me. If I'm going to be spoiled, I want it to be done by myself. But I enjoy this chapter quite a bit, and especially with Obi-Wan, you get to see how he's been a bit cautious because of Luke and Leia. But again, you get a bit of that sadness with Anakin. Again, it's not really anything new with Last of the Jedi. You know, we had very similar things in the previous book, The Desperate Mission, but I do quite like them in here as well. I think they were done better in The Desperate Mission, but I do quite like them in here as well. And I do like seeing just how hopeless Obi-Wan is for the people of Akkurin when they're moving into the battle, because he just knows there's no way they can win, and it's just doing his best, I guess, to try and hold it together and survive. Ferris, again, there's not really how much to talk about Ferris in this chapter. Trevor has got a lot of quips. Trevor is described as having an attitude, and he definitely has one, and his attitude leads to a lot of funny lines. But in the first book he had, "Oh no, not you again." In this chapter, you know, he's got "Stay close to me, can't argue with that." Or, "Is he kidding? Toma never kids." Oh, good. Trevor has a lot of funny quips that aren't really that I don't think are intended to be funny, but they just wind up being funny. Whereas Ferris has a lot of quips that are intended to be funny, and I do quite like Trevor and Ferris. In this chapter as well, I think it did quite good in displaying Obi-Wan's, again, helplessness, but also, and despair, but also how Toma's confidence in being able to, in trying to be a nuisance to the Empire. And again, you see that he tries to have at least reasonable expectations. You know, he doesn't expect to defeat the Empire, but he expects to be enough of a nuisance to just annoy the Empire away from Akkurin, which Obi-Wan knows that will never work. But Toma keeps his expectations low, and the people of Akkurin keep their expectations low. And yeah, I do hope we get to see a little bit more of Reyna and Toma. I do hope we get to develop them a little bit more, because again, so far, a lot of what they've had to be done in the moments of action. So there isn't a whole lot. There isn't really a scene where they're just sat talking and we learn about them. So far, everything we know about them has also been in moments of action, aside from maybe the moments where Reyna's explaining about the school and Trevor makes his quip and Reyna laughs. Again, but I do hope we get to see a bit more of them. I know Reyna appears in some of the future books, because I googled her to see if she later was a species confirmed, but no, she doesn't. I was very careful not to check on any of the personal biography things and whether she dies or not, but I know she appears in some of the later books. There's not really a whole lot for me to talk about here. This is one of those chapters where I want to say so much more about it, but I just can't really figure out what to say. I'm intrigued to see where it ends off. Again, though, I do hope we eventually reach a chapter where we just have, even if it's just for a few pages, even if it's just for 2 or 3 pages, where we just have 4 pages or 5 pages, where we just have the characters sitting down and talking, and just having a bit of and just being a bit, just slowing down for a moment, because so far the book has just been action, 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 with really the only moment of slowing down being in the last chapter, chapter 5, where they're walking through the plains and Obi-Wan and Ferris are first meeting Vader. So I do hope we get a little bit more of the and also Reyna taking them through the streets of Eluthan. But I do hope we get a bit more of Reyna and Soma. Again, I am liking their characters, but I think we need to see a bit more of them. Yeah, I was about to go into a list, but I've already said what I was going to be saying, so there's not really a whole lot more points into continuing. Let's just leave it at, I enjoyed the book, enjoyed the chapter. I'm looking forward to chapter 7. Well, I'm going to have a break for an hour or so, maybe a few hours, you never know. I typically have a few hours break between chapters, but I went straight from 5 to 6, so in this time, so I did a review of 5 and then straight into 6, so yeah. I am looking forward to chapter 7. I know that's going to be an action chapter though, because of the way this chapter ended. They're being caught, they're being sighted, and now they need to escape. Oh, phew, sorry. Computer started to go black. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the next chapter. And yeah, I gotta just stop blabbering on now. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I have just read Chapter 7 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. So we pick up where we left off. They're in space being attacked by the Empire's starfighters, which again I assume are the TIE fighters. And they're struggling to shake them. Soma sends Obi-Wan and Soma opens up some cannons for Obi-Wan and Ferris to go and start manning. Trevor looks at Obi-Wan, gets an idea. He comes back up, tells Toma to because there's no neighbouring system, and he tells Toma to go into the star tunnel that they had come through, that Obi-Wan, Ferris and Trevor had come through. And they start making their way over there, because there's a storm, there's a sheer storm, a space sheer going on there. So Obi-Wan directs Toma and Reyna to go there, and Toma's a bit cautious. He says they can go around it. Reyna says that no, Obi-Wan's right, we can lose them in the storm. And Obi-Wan asks, how much faith do you trust in your sheep? Toma says yes, he trusts in it, and he trusts his pilot Reyna more. So they start, and so Obi-Wan goes back to manning his laser cannon while they start making their way through the storm. And Reyna says that the trick is to try to not resist the storm. And which one of them was impressed? Hold on. And as it starts to enter it, that's when Soma says they can still go around. Where is that line that Raina says? Hold on. Can't find the line. Yeah, we learn that the storm's quite a bad storm. I can't find the line for some reason. I am looking in the chapter. Ferris admires her when she said the trick is to not resist the storm. There we go, I found the line. And Ferris admires her nerve because not a lot of pilots are willing to let their ship take over. A little bit before that, Trevor is a bit nervous because of how that storm is not like any ordinary storm. It is quite a dangerous storm, and Toma reassures him, saying that it's double bolted, triple hulled. He built it himself during the Clone Wars, and Trevor says, yes, but that's not any ordinary storm. And he winds up skidding across the and as he says that just as the space shear hits the ship and he skids across the floor and winds up slamming into the console. Eventually, Ferris notices that the Imperial starfighters are going, and he says, the starships are retreating, Ferris called. They are more afraid of the storm than they are of their admiral. Or else, he thought privately, they figure that we're doomed. Eventually, they presume that they make it out of the storm, but they're in a kind of grey haze. They can't quite really see where they are. And that's when Ferris and Obi-Wan get a warning from the Force, and that's when they see an asteroid, and I assume the grey haze was the asteroid. That's when Raina cuts back all speed just before they crash into it. And Toma's a bit cute, and as they do land, Obi-Wan points to the little area for Raina to land in, and Toma scans, and he's a bit curious because they think they're out of the storm, and he's thinking, what, this asteroid hasn't been mapped. It's large enough to have been mapped. It has an atmosphere, but there's no record of it. And as Obi-Wan opens up the cockpit canopy and comes out, he notes that he thinks it's still in the storm, and it just hasn't been able to get out, and so it's been travelling with the storm. And Ferris says, well, that would explain why it hasn't been mapped. And I'm just going to read out this little interaction because, again, it's with Trevor. It's quite funny. At least we're safe, Raina said. She stretched. And I could use a rest. Yeah, getting pounded by the Empire's starfighters and then pulverised by a galactic storm will do that to you, Trevor said. Not to mention me missed lunch. Raina laughed and slung an arm around Trevor. You're starting to grow on me, kid. Yeah, just like goblin moss, Trevor said. And that's when Obi-Wan asks Trevor and Reyna start to go off, so it's just them 5. But Trevor and Reyna start to go off, and Bill gets to find and make shelter. While Tomo asks, "You've been waiting to ask me something?" to Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan says yes. Asks Tomo if he could tell him about the death of Gavin Mullen. Again, what? How are you meant to pronounce that? Mullen. Mullen. M-U-L-N. It doesn't go right. Mullen. Mullen. I'm just going to call him Gavin for now. But because that is his first name. And he asks about the death of Gavin, and Tomo's a bit confused, and he goes, "Death? Gavin's not dead, he's alive." He goes, "But Gavin isn't dead, he's alive." And I predicted it as soon as it mentioned he was presumed dead by Obi-Wan, which was literally the first time he was mentioned in the book, so I called it. Again, action. We're moving into chapter 8 now. We're almost halfway through the book, and we haven't really had a chance to just stop and slow down since the start of it, because it's just been each chapter has had at least some sort of action scene. So and keep in mind, some of these chapters don't even break 5 pages. So I do hope we get a little bit of a break now. It definitely seems like we may be getting that. I think we still may, but it will not surprise me if next chapter we get more action somehow. I don't know how. It will probably be trying to escape the storm. But yeah, I enjoy the chapter. I'm looking forward to the next one, and yeah. Again, not a whole lot to talk about aside from Trevor got some good quips. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I have just read chapter 8 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. Again, this is one of the chapters, this is the chapter I was asking for, a chapter with no action and just talking. It's right in the halfway point of the chapters, but hey. So we open up with Toma explaining what had happened to Garen to Obi-Wan. We learn that Garen and Toma had quite a bit in common. And it didn't take them long to negotiate the terms of the truce. And that was when, and eventually that's when Order 66 was, of course, issued, and he hid him away from the clone troopers, hid him in some volcanic caves. Inquisitors questioned him later on. Obi-Wan and Ferris ask Obi-Wan I think asks if one of the Inquisitors was called Malorum. Thomas says no, and Obi-Wan thinks, oh well, not everything leads back to Malorum. But he then Toma goes on to explain that eventually, once the Empire left, thinking that Garen may have left the planet, that's when everything quieted down. That's when Garen told him that he had to leave, so Toma gave him a ship, and he told him to only tell where. And Garen told Toma to only tell where he was going to another Jedi, and he tells Obi-Wan that Obi-Wan Ferris that he had gone off to Ilum, which, if you don't know, that's the place most Jedi go in their... Sorry. I've just finished reading the chapter, and for some reason I get very burpy at the moment while reading The Last of the Jedi. But he then explains that if you don't know, Ilum is the place where Jedi go during their Jedi trials to build their lightsabers, and there's usually a series of tests that you have to go through, and at the end they of course get the Kyber crystal to make their lightsaber, and Ferrus is overjoyed at this. He's excited. He goes, "Oh, of course! Why didn't I think of it before?" And thinks, "And maybe other Jedi have gone there." And Obi-Wan is a bit... And Trevor then goes off to help Reyna and Trevor create a shelter, but Obi-Wan's a bit more cautious, and, well, Ferrus is thinking, "Oh, I can make a lightsaber." Thinking, "Oh, that would be really helpful." And Obi-Wan is a bit cautious because, of course, Ferrus, he's gone through the trials before, and he's made a lightsaber before, but, of course, it's been years since he did that, and to him, it did feel like he had his lightsaber only for a brief amount of time before he handed it in. But Obi-Wan's a bit cautious, and because, of course, Ferrus has lost his connection to the Force, he's been slowly regaining it, and Obi-Wan is a bit cautious because usually it's even difficult for the most prepared from the Padawan, that it's extremely prepared for the most prepared of Padawans. And Ferrus says, "I know, but I've been through them before. Sure, there are some things I've forgotten, but we can't keep waiting." And because again, they just can't keep waiting and putting things off against them trying to fight the Empire. And that maybe caution is what led to the Jedi's defeat. And as much as it hurts Obi-Wan to hear that accusation, it even says, in the book it does say, the accusation stung, but Obi-Wan had thought it too, and because he had so much caution about Anakin, and yet he could not predict just how corrupt he would wind up becoming when he became Darth Vader. And how Ferrus had known there was something going on with Anakin, and Obi-Wan just didn't do anything about it. And Obi-Wan starts thinking, because yes, he could go over to Ilum and find his friend Garen. Find his friend Garen Mullen, which I'm again just going to call Garen. He could go over there, find Garen, which again, to him, it seemed quite typical of Garen to just go to a place where Jedi would go. He could go there and find Garen, but he also needs to be able to protect Luke and Leia, and their existence is under threat with Malorum having sent Boba Fett to Police Master to investigate. And so Obi-Wan has to make a decision, and he winds up hearing Qui-Gon's voice, because his heart is calling to go over to Garen, but he needs to protect Luke and Leia, and Qui-Gon tells him that if Luke is so wise, he needs something to join. Obi-Wan says, "You already told me that. That's why I went and found Ferrus." And I'm just going to read out the interaction. "If Luke is to rise, he must have something to join," Qui-Gon's voice said in his mind. Obi-Wan turned to look in the distance so Ferrus wouldn't see his distraction. "Yes," he answered. "You've told me that already. It is why I left to help Ferrus. If Luke is to rise, he must be protected from those who seek to do harm. That's from those who seek to do him harm. So should I go to Police Master? You should follow your feelings." Obi-Wan knew what that meant. "They led me there," he told his master. "So go." And that's when Qui-Gon goes. And Obi-Wan has made his decision. That Ferris will go and find Garen, and he will go over to Police Master to ensure Luke's and Leia's existence are safe, because even though he had gone to extents to make sure they were safe, he couldn't be sure. And Ferris is a bit, you don't agree with me, and Obi-Wan is, yes, I do agree with you, you should go to Ilum, but I can't. And Ferris is, right, and it's not as if, and even in the caves, I'm just going to read out the interaction. Ferris has stopped pacing and was watching him. You don't agree with me? I do agree, Obi-Wan said. You're right, this is your time to be bold, to take the biggest chances. Ferris looked relieved. Besides, you'll be with me in the caves. Obi-Wan spoke slowly, knowing what he was about to say would be a surprise to Ferris. No, I won't be. I'm not going with you. There's something else I have to do. What could be more important than your friends? Ferris asked incredulously. And that's when Obi-Wan looks at Ferris, not being really able to give an answer, because even though he trusts... Sorry, I'm going burpy. For some reason we're reading the book. Because even though he trusts Ferris, he can't risk telling him. He knows that there is a risk that Ferris may share the secret of Luke and Leia, and Ferris doesn't even know that Vader is Anakin. And that's when everyone tells him that it's all their fates, and how that is more important, and Ferris is a bit angry at that. And Ferris is a bit, is this role just being stiffly, and he says, but he can do the trials alone. And everyone says he can take him over to Ilum, he can drop him off there, go off to what he needs to, because apparently Police Master isn't that far from Ilum. And Trevor can keep watch and alert him if anything goes wrong. And Ferris gives a short, angry nod, and he didn't question Obi-Wan further. And everyone says he can still help him. He knows the entrance behind. He knows another entrance behind the cave, because if to them it is logical for a Jedi to go to Ilum, it's logical the Empire might be there. I think having the same thought process, and so he knows a secret entrance to the Crystal Cave. And Ferris thinks, good. Having now let go of the anger and accepting it and moving on, and everyone just says, I'll just read it out. The anger left Ferris's face. He had accepted it and let it go, just as a Jedi should. Suddenly he was all business, focused on the next stage of the mission. Good. Not so good, Obi-Wan said. The secret way leads straight... Actually, no, I'll go back up a little bit. I can still help you, Obi-Wan said. You must be careful. If it seems logical to us that Jedi would go to Ilum, then it is logical to the Empire as well. They will have some kind of presence there, but I know another way to the caves, a secret way. The anger left Ferris's face. He had accepted it and let it go, just as a Jedi should. Suddenly, he was all business, focused on the next stage of the mission. Good. Not so good, Obi-Wan said. The secret way leads straight through a Gorgodan nest. So, when I searched for Gorgodan, they don't particularly look nice. And that's where we leave off the chapter. I enjoy the chapter. This is the chapter I was waiting for, because for the past 7 chapters it has just been action, 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 action with no break. We've had a few moments of just talking, but nothing really that lasts too long. We've finally just had a chapter that is just talking, and I think this is what what was needed, and it isn't trying to follow an action scene from the previous chapter, and I think that makes it a bit more easier to keep in mind, I think. We get to kind of see about how Ferrus is. We get a bit more about Ferrus, how Ferrus acts. We see a bit more of how Obi-Wan feels, and I think it was a good chapter overall. So yeah, and we see that Ferrus, even after Obi-Wan told him at the end of the last book that he has to wait, and that's what he believes will save the Jedi, that he is still a bit frustrated, and of course he doesn't know that this connects back to that, but yeah, okay, maybe where I was going doesn't really make sense now that I think about it. But you do get to see how Ferrus feels about the whole situation, and how to him this is opening up the opportunity to gather the surviving Jedi to fight against the Empire like he was wanting to do. And Obi-Wan's not there when he was expecting him to be, and he's a bit confused as to why. Again, I think this is a bit of a recession maybe in the character, because again of what was explained at the end of the last chapter. But as someone who does writing myself, you can sometimes forget scenes. I mean, I've been writing a book for since October 5th of 2023. I have forgotten quite a few scenes in that book that I've written, so when I do go back to read it, when I finish it, that's when, which is what my intention is. That's when I can kind of solve all the problems and stuff, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's something that Julie Watson just forgot about, or again, probably more logical, it's just Ferrus isn't clicking that that's the same as this. And even then, Ferrus is quick to just let it go. If Obi-Wan needs to do something else, then that's important, that he believes may be relevant to their fates, and so be it. I guess that's how Ferrus sees it. You can be frustrated about it, but if Obi-Wan believes it may lead to their protection, then maybe he has faith in that. I don't know. But yeah, thank you all for watching this, and I'll see you all next time. Bye. Hello everyone. I have just read chapter 9 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. So when we open up on the asteroids, we don't really spend much time on there. Reyna and Toma wish to stay behind because they're going to be wanted by the Empire. They think they're going to be safe there for a little while. They also stocked up on food and other supplies in case they had to make a quick escape. Ferrus promises that he'll find them and he'll come back for them, and that he'll come back with supplies if they need to stay for a little bit longer than expected. And they have a homing beacon there that they hope is going to be traceable once outside of the storm. And so Trevor is asked by, I think, Reyna if he's sure he wants to go, and he hold on, trying to find what he says. She asks if he wants to go, and he says, "It's hard to leave all this," Trevor said, waving a careless hand. But yeah, I shouldn't know, because Trevor's simple, but you can pack a lot into a few simple words. And so Trevor, Obi-Wan and Ferris get in the ship, they start to fly off. Trevor's flying the ship, not Trevor, Ferris is flying the ship. He starts flying with some tips that Rayna gave. They figure the homing beacon, they are able to trade through the storm, which is good because they weren't sure if they could. And Obi-Wan and Trevor don't really talk for the journey to Willem. And it takes less than a day to get there, but they don't really talk throughout the journey because Ferris is still a bit disapproving. That's what they said, wasn't it? Ferris's disapproval of Obi-Wan's decision hung between them, and they passed most of the journey in silence. Why was it, Obi-Wan thought, that he could be sure of a decision, yet be torn by its effects? And we get to see that from everyone's perspective if Ferris is able to pass the trials inside of the cave on Ilum. That will be the sign that he can be a Jedi again. If he's able to pass those trials, if he doesn't pass those trials, then he won't be able to become a Jedi again in Obi-Wan's eyes, and if he can, then he can. That's the sign that he can become a Jedi again. Eventually he thinks about how gifted Ferris was, but mentally thinks back to the conversation he had with Qui-Gon in the beginning of the first book. And he thinks about how much stronger he could become with a lightsaber, and with his hold on the Force constantly renewing and strengthening, and just how he would be even stronger than he was as a Padawan in the temple. And to get through the caves to find Garen, it could either break him or make him. And we learn that Obi-Wan does have trust in Ferris. And that was the lesson that Anakin never learned. Anakin believed that he was the only one that could accomplish the hard things. But Obi-Wan knows that even if he was able to stay, Ferris going into the caves on Ilum, that would be something he'd have to do on his own. It even says this was one of those times. Even if Ferris never understood, never accepted him, even if Ferris failed. Hang on, I need to go back a little bit because I just lost the context for that, didn't I? For you all. But Obi-Wan knew there were times he had to step back and let another go forward. This was one of those times. Even if Ferris never understood, never accepted him, even if Ferris fails. Eventually they land at Ilum, and they start to go around the back of the planet in case there's any orbiting surveillance. Obi-Wan says there is none, but I assume, because it does say it's good, there's no orbiting surveillance, but I assume in case. And Ferris says that there doesn't have to be, and it's obvious that they don't consider the Jedi a threat anymore. And they try to and everyone gets close enough to get a sensor reading, and then he goes closer to the planet, and both Ferris and Obi-Wan really do like Toma's ship. Ferris considers it the best ship he's ever flown, I think, and Obi-Wan really likes the feel of it. Anyway, Obi-Wan flies down to a glacial lake and flies down to the edge. He tells Ferris that he'll have to climb up, and and that's when he when he starts to make his way through the cave. He can't give in to the visions. And not to let them stop him. and says that the crystals lie in the middle of the cave. If Garen is there, that's where he'll be. And I do laugh at that line because it's, well, if he's there, of course he's going to be. Of course, that's where he's going to be. But then, of course, then I read it again, and the context realigns itself. But it's just in the alternate context, it can be a bit. Well, if he's there, that he's. If he's there, then that is where he is. But that wasn't the context it was in. It was meant to be if Garen is there, if Garen's going to be anywhere, that's where he'll be. That's what the context was, but it's just the way it was worded. It made me laugh. And Trevor as they land, going back a little bit, Trevor has a sarcastic remark saying, "Wow, you picked the best spots, Obi-Wan. I can tell this will be fun. It'll be better than a nest of Gorgodans," Ferris said. "Is that my only choice?" "You can always come with me, Trevor," Obi-Wan said. "I can leave you someplace safe and come back for you." He shook his head as Obi-Wan knew he would. "No thanks," he said carelessly. "I'm getting used to waiting for Ferris." So, yeah, I don't know what it is about Trevor. He has some great remarks. I think I prefer Ferris's humour, but Trevor's great for is great for the very quick on-the-spot humour, whereas Ferris is very more situational. But anyway, as Obi-Wan does leave Trevor and Ferris on Ilum, he feels a bit of a pain, and it hurts him, and he can't even look back because he knows it's going to be too painful, and he gets the feeling that if he doesn't come back soon, something bad might happen to them. So he very quickly makes his way over to Police Master, and he starts remembering about Padme, how he and Yoda brought her to Police Master. As it was a sanctuary for her. It was the safest place they could take her. And how... What was it? Munili? What was it? Munili Chun? Was it? No, the last name is Chun. Can't remember the first name. That's the problem. Manili-tun. That's what it was, not Munili, Manili. It's Manili, not Munili. But anyway, Obi-Wan, he comes into the reception area, still thinking about Padme, and we even get to get a little bit of a line that was presumably from Padme, where when the droid asks, "What is the nature of your condition?" we have a flashback line. It says, "My condition is heartbreak," from Padme. And Obi-Wan keeps thinking about how he carried her through. And as Obi-Wan explains, he wants to speak to Manili-chun. The droid says, "Please wait." The vid screen blinks out, and Obi-Wan is left to think about Padme for a while. How they brought her to Police Master because it was a sanctuary, and how that was the one place they could trust to go because Manili-tun had been a very advocate supporter, very loyal supporter of the Republic's cause, and was completely trustworthy and had assisted Yoda many times in the past. And it was the one place they trusted to bring Padme to. The med droids couldn't figure out why they couldn't save Padme, but Obi-Wan knew her strength was only fine, but he believed he knew. He thought that her strength was only finite, and that the only strength that she had left was that she was to just give birth to her kids, make sure they were healthy, and then she'd succumb. And and Obi-Wan would dedicate, and it was only, and they had Obi-Wan and Yoda barely absorbed the shock when they realised they would need to delete all the records and files to protect them surrounding to protect Luke and Leia surrounding their birth. And now Obi-Wan had pretty much would fight to his last breath to protect them. And because of the amount of favours Manili-tun had done for Yoda in the past, surely he would help now. And Manili-tun eventually walks in, he sees Obi-Wan, and is a bit pleased to see him, and then goes worried, and he starts and he brings Obi-Wan over to his office, and he says, I think I know why you're here. And it's because of Sankor, which I've mentioned a few times in these reviews if you've been keeping up with them. And Obi-Wan goes, who's Sankor? And Manili-tun explains that he's an Inquisitor, and he's and Obi-Wan says he was afraid of that, and he didn't realise an Inquisitor was there. And I'll just read off what Tun says. Tun led him into his small office. First, an investigator came. He never gave his name, but he copied all our records and took them back to Malorum. That was about a month ago. Now this one arrived. He's an expert on record security. He's already done an exhaustive search on the memory banks of the Medroids, even the ones who weren't here during that time. Obi-Wan asks if Malorum knows something, and if to Tun it seems like he may know the truth, and Tun doesn't think so, but he thinks that they may suspect. Tun doesn't think they know anything, but he thinks they suspect something, because again, Malorum is presumably was guessed by, I think, Ferris or Obi-Wan to be interested in Padme's death when Ferris was looking through the investigation files in the last book. Pardon me, sorry. And Tun knows that they're determined because Sankor asked for the supply records, and everyone asks why he would want those. And Tun explains that because through the supply records they would pretty much be able to see which supplies were used during the time Padme was there, and they'd pretty much be able to gather if Padme had given birth or not. And everyone asks and they do certain tests, etc. And we learn that Sankor was getting ready. We learn that Tun was on his way to summon Osh Scout, the Police Master's supply officer. And Sankor wants to question him, given he's one of the few Police Masters that's able to speak, apparently. And Tun explains that he has no choice and he can only hope, and that they can't trace anything. And Obi-Wan thinks quickly, and he asks if he's seen Osh Scout yet, and Tun says that no, he's just been in the record office. Obi-Wan asks if he can access the supply records, and Tun says yes, he can access them. He can access all records. And then Obi-Wan says that there were recalls that there was another person who was wounded in a battle alongside Padme in the med center when Padme was giving birth, and if he could make that person seem more of a target, look like the bigger fish to find by altering the supplies, that by altering the supplies and tests that were done on them and given to them, to make them look like a bigger fish to get. And everyone's... And Tuns realises it, and he asks who, and Obi-Wan says it doesn't matter, we don't need a name, we just need a profile. There are plenty of enemies of the Empire who have gone underground. There are plenty of enemies of the Empire who have gone underground since the end of the Clone Wars, and one of them could have easily fled here. Maloran will try to figure out who it is. The trail will lead nowhere, we just have to plant the seed. And Tun does... Leo, of course, adds in all the new supply information. He asks if they should let Oshskar, the, of course, police master and supply officer, in on it. Obi-Wan says that no, because Sankor hasn't seen him yet. If he knows about it before he's seen him, Sankor may be able to draw the information out. So, obviously, that's not mentioned in the book yet, but... You know, that's why. So, but Tun is a bit... Manili Tun is a bit sceptical because, of course... because Oskar is very thorough and meticulous. So I guess they're going to let him know after his interview with Sankor. And Tun gets out the disc with the new files, and he warns Obi-Wan to be careful, because again, they would be able to trace... Sankor would be able to trace the files back to Tun if they were deleted. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Sankor would be able to trace the files back to Tun if Tun deleted the files surrounding the birth. But he wouldn't be able to trace them if he was adding stuff onto the files. Back to Tun. And Tun is a bit... And Tun says, Obi-Wan, my friend, you must be careful. The Inquisitor is clever. Tun ran his hands along his cheeks and blew out a dire breath. I thought we had thought of everything. I checked and triple-checked the memory. I thought we had thought of everything. I checked and triple-checked. The memory wipes are solid. There is no record of the births. There's no record of yourself or Yoda being here. I didn't imagine they would come digging like this. And everyone says they're not doing this because they don't. They're doing this because they have. They're doing this because they don't have information, not because they do. And Obi-Wan... Sorry, almost lost my bookmark then. And Obi-Wan says that they should go because they can do something. And Tun says, if you can send him back where he came from, that would be great. But if he finds out we altered these files, we could both end up executed. And that's where we end off the chapter. Again, more talking chapters. This is something that Dark Warning has really lacked, because it really has struggled with talking chapters. It's just for about the first, the first 8 chapters, was it? No, the first 7. It pretty much just, every chapter has an action scene, in some capacity. Some chapters didn't to the same extent as others, but every chapter had an action scene up until chapter 8. Chapter 8 was what broke it. And chapter 8 is, of course, is the halfway point in the chapters for the book. I'm over halfway through the book now, through the pages, but I am glad we're getting more just talking chapters and figuring stuff out, because it really did feel like with Dark Warning it was just battle sequence after battle sequence after battle sequence after battle sequence, and each chapter went straight into each other. and it just did feel a bit... It was good for the cliffhangers, but you were just waiting for it to just slow down for a bit. And I'm glad that we've had at least 2 chapters where it has slowed down. I know we're going to get more action soon because I know how Sankor dies. But I am glad we've had a few more talking chapters. I think with this chapter in specific, I am liking just how much we're getting to see Obi-Wan, just how broken he is and how worried he is. You know, he has a bad feeling and worries about Ferris and Trevor, and that he may have to come back because he has a bad feeling something bad will happen and they may be in danger. You get to see just how painful it is for him to look back because of that feeling, knowing that he may never see them again. You get to see just how painful the memory of Padme in Police Master was, and there is a whole lot to it, to Obi-Wan's character in this chapter, and you really just get to see that he's going through it, yet he's keeping his composure, because there is no moment where it's described as him breaking down or anything, but he's keeping his composure and he's really going through it. And I think that is one thing this series so far. I'm fairly sure Obi-Wan doesn't appear in the later books, maybe in one, because I know he's on the cover of one of the later ones. I'm fairly sure it's on the cover that's used as the main image for Ferris Olin on Wikipedia, but I know he probably has at least a small appearance in some capacity in one of the later books, but I'm fairly sure after Dark Warning or Underworld he doesn't appear again. But one thing the Dark Last of the Jedi series has done very well so far is just showing how Obi-Wan's going through it, and this chapter continued that. You really just get to see the pain and desperation he's going through, but you also get to see that loyalty and, I guess, almost love, fatherly love for Luke and Leia, and how he would do literally anything to protect them. And it's beautifully sad and wonderful at the same time. And I think that is something that the books of these 2 books, Desperate Mission, Dark Warning, are doing very well. I know I've made it clear in, I think, earlier reviews of Dark Warning or the later reviews of Desperate Mission that I've not read the Jedi Quest books, and I know this is sort of I'm fairly sure this is a spiritual successor to those, because there are quite a few things from those books that are mentioned, but I think maybe some of the things from those books will probably hit a lot more for me if I did read them before going into Last of the Jedi. But I haven't, because I didn't even know they existed before I read before it began Last of the Jedi. But they do still hit. It gives you enough context for it to have an impact. And yeah. There's not really a whole lot else I want to say. I'm going to be interested to see if Sankor and Obi-Wan actually come face to face and actually meet, because I know they do fight. I know at least Obi-Wan's chased by Sankor, but I am going to be interested to see if they have an interaction, because, again, I mentioned in the Desperate Mission, I was not expecting Melora and Obi-Wan to get in the same room. They didn't interact or anything, but I didn't even expect them to get but I did not expect them to get as close as they did to each other twice. So I'm going to be interested to see if everyone does get an interaction with Sankor. So yeah, I guess that kind of ends this review off. I'm probably merging this with my review of Chapter 8, maybe Chapter 7 if I didn't post that, I think. Have I posted my review of Chapter 7? I don't think so. No, I haven't. Okay. Just checking. So, yeah. I'm looking forward to the next chapter. I'm glad we've gone back to some more of the talking chapters because, look, as much as we all enjoy a good bit of action, I think when it's story-wise, it really just did seem like we were going from place to place with having action. And we could have cut out a couple of chapters if we just didn't have Boba Fett somehow find them. And I think maybe it wasn't that necessary to have Boba Fett there chasing them. But I am also somewhat glad because we have had a bit more time with Ferrus and Trevor, and we especially with Trevor. Ferrus, I think, was a bit more well established in the previous book. But this book is really where Trevor comes in and shines. He has a lot of great lines so far. I know I'm talking about this as if I've finished the book. I haven't, but Trevor has a lot of good lines in the book so far. And yeah, I am glad. I'm glad we've gone back to some of the talking chapters. And I'm looking forward to continuing the book. So yeah, I'll leave the review here. So thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I have just read Chapter 10 of the Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. For some reason almost said the Desperate Mission the Dark Warning, but that just mixing up the first two book titles there. So when we open up with Ferrus on Ilum with Trevor. Ferrus is checking his equipment, and Trevor is asking why he can't go with Ferrus, and Ferrus explains that to do the trials in the caves. I'll just try and find the conversation. "You're really leaving me here?" Trevor asked incredulously. Ferrus checked his equipment. "I have to. Only someone who knows how to use the Force can make it through the cave." "Who said?" Ferrus sighed. "It will make my job harder if you're there, Trevor. The visions will confuse and frighten you." Trevor stuck out his chin. "I'm not scared of things that aren't there." "They are. Trust me. I don't know if I can make it through. And I'm not throwing you into a nest of Gorgodans either. If all goes well, I won't be long. If it doesn't go well, wait here for Obi-Wan and stay out of sight. Stop giving me orders. I'm not a kid." "You are a kid," Ferrus said. "You've seen a lot and done more, but you're still a kid and I'm going to protect you when I have to. End of story. Now wait here. If I'm lucky, I'll come out with Garen Mullen and a lightsaber. And if you aren't lucky, a Gorgodan will chew you up and spit you out, and I'll sweep up the pieces." Trevor shot back. "Charming," Ferrus said. "Good luck to you too." And that's the opening of the book. You do get to see a bit of how Trevor is frustrated with Ferrus. He doesn't want to be treated as a kid. He doesn't view himself as a kid. And Ferrus... And I do like that interaction. Anyway, Ferrus starts making his way up. You know, I mean, as he only goes a few steps ahead, and Ferris calls for him to come back alive. And anyway, Ferris starts making his way up the cliff. Obi-Wan has showed him the route to the nest and giving him some tips about the Gorgodans, about to watch out for their tails and their teeth and their saliva and their arms when they try to crush you to death. And he's trying to pace himself while going up the mountain, because he knows if he has to fight the Gorgodans, which he doesn't want to, he'll need to have all his energy left. He needs to have as much energy as he possibly can. He knows that the Gorgodans sleep in the day, and he eventually makes it up. Pardon me. And he eventually makes it up. And he comes across a wall of ice that is actually that was planted there by the Gorgodans, and there's apparently a doorway that even if the most careful observer was looking wouldn't be able to find, and Ferris somehow finds it and walks through, and he sees a nest of Gorgodans. And he knows Gorgodans have a very strong sense of smell, and he sees their shelters and being held together with their saliva, which is apparently brown and foul smelling. And he starts to make his way through, and a Gorgodan starts to roll and flop over, and Ferris jumps out of the way and gets caught in the saliva. The Gorgodan opens its eyes and roars, and Ferris winds up having to try and run from the Gorgodans, and he winds up getting slapped in the back by their tails, and starts to be thrown toward the jaws of a Gorgodan, and he tries to use the Force, but he's just too focused on his impending doom, so he can't access it, he can't focus. He needs to be able to use the Force effortlessly, but not try, but hold on. Can't find it. But he can't keep thinking on the future and stuff. Maybe he needs to keep his mind on the present. And so he grabs onto one of the salivas and swings himself back like a boomerang. He lands into a boulder and starts running as one of the Gorgodans starts to chase him. He jumps onto one of the salivas, swings over, and then he's finally able to call upon the Force to extend his jump and also lift himself above the paw of the Gorgodan as he's swinging. And he's almost at the exit when a Gorgodan slaps him on his side, and he notices, "Hey, hold on a moment, I'm in the air, but I didn't jump." And then the pain hits him that he's been slapped by the Gorgodan, and he's coming in towards the Gorgodans of the paw. So he starts a somersault, then leaps up from the paw when he does get there. Uses the Force to guide himself up to the Gorgodan's neck, slides down, he shoves his vibroblade into the back of his neck. And then the Gorgodan shakes Ferris off and he starts to run his way through the opening, and that's when and that's pretty much where we leave off, and he's safe from the Gorgodans now, but he knows the worst is yet to come. And there are quite a few funny things in here where he realises he's flying towards the Gorgodans of the paw, where the Gorgodans intending to batter him senseless and then munch on him, and he thinks that this wasn't his good idea, and he thinks, this isn't my good idea of an afternoon, nor a decent way to die. Which was quite funny. Again, Ferris says a lot of funny things in the book. in these books so far. And other things in there was when he's climbing, he just can't shake the feeling that he's of disbelief that he was even here, because meeting Obi-Wan again catapulted him back onto the path of being a Jedi, how he left the last throne, and he was a bit of a hybrid of a half Jedi, half man person, something that children would point and laugh at until he waiting for him to turn to one or the other, and then he has to focus. Here it is. It's the line I was trying to look for. Ferris closed his eyes for a moment. It was sometimes an effort for him to clear his mind, to reach out to the Force, yet using the Force had to be effortless. He could not try. He could only exist in this moment, not hope for what was to come. And that's when he finds the that's how he finds the opening to the nest. Okay. Even though I wonder I couldn't find it because I was looking a bit too late in there. But yeah, there was quite a few nice things in this chapter. You have quite a bit of humour in there, especially from Ferris. Trevor has some interesting interactions with Ferris, and yeah, I enjoy the chapter. I'm not sure how many chapters I'll read today, because I read the last chapter that's compiling this video yesterday on the 24th of December. This is now the 25th of December, so I'm not sure how much time I'll have to read today, but I was able to get this chapter out of the way, and I'm happy for that. I'm happy I've been able to do that. So, yeah. So far, I'm enjoying the book. And, I quite enjoyed Ferris's humour in this. Again, Ferris has a lot of good humour in these books. But yeah. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello. I have just read chapter 11! Chapter 11 of The Last of the Jedi, The Dark Warning. Not The Dark Warning, Dark Warning. There's no the in the Dark Warning. Now I want to clean up a mistake I made earlier in this video, because it's going to be compiled with the last review. I thought I hadn't uploaded chapter 9, and I read chapter 9 and quite a few of the chapters and the other chapters in that video on the 24th of December. And I did not realise I had uploaded chapter 9, because I was intending to read chapter 10 on the 24th, but I was just too tired to. But I winded up reading it on the 25th of December. And I didn't read any more chapters that day. I would want to make that clear. So it's the 26th of December now. I've just read chapter 11. Yeah, 11. So I just want to clean that up, because I know some of you who are going to be watching this video and thinking, hey, what you on about? So yeah, I just want to clean that up. This is going to sound very weird when I do the compilation video of all the chapters. But anyway, I've just read chapter 11 of The Last of the Jedi, not the Dark Warning. I keep mixing it up with Desperate Mission with The Last of the Jedi, Dark Warning. They really should have just called it The Dark Warning. Now, we are back with Trevor. And I wasn't expecting to focus on Trevor while we were on Ilum, because honestly, the thing is about Trevor, he definitely seems to be there at the moment, and being mainly there to give a few quips. He hasn't really got a whole lot going for him character-wise in the story. It's just not a lot for him to do. But I do know he does want to. But again, Obi-Wan is going to become absent from the story soon. I know he isn't in the later books. I know he isn't. I don't think he's in book 3, and I know he appears in, I think, at least in one of the later books, because he's on the cover of one of them. But yeah, What book is that? I'm gonna Google it quickly. Actually, the last. Oh, the Jedi on the Desperate Mission. I can just quickly go to Last of the Jedi on Wikipedia then. Against the Empire. It's on the cover of Against the Empire. So yeah, but I wasn't expecting for us to go and focus on Trevor. So this was actually quite a pleasant surprise because they're on Ilum. It's been implied there's not an Imperial presence. He's just sitting around. There's not really a whole lot to focus on except his thoughts. But we learn, yes, there is an Imperial presence on Ilum, but we're getting a little bit ahead, so let's go straight to the start. Trevor has got a thermal blanket and he's sitting with his back against the boulder with some... Pardon me, sorry. With some ration pellets. And he's... Hold on. And he does a few things that are very, at least to me, relatable. Because he is trying to pass the time and he watches his frosted breath dissipate and he closes one eye to try and figure out where the ice ends and the frozen lake starts. And it's a very kiddie thing to do, and it's also quite relatable. So I like that that's how we started off with Trevor. And we get to kind of see a bit into his thoughts and how Ferris had left him behind again, and how he was hoping for some action. And how to him adventure is about what's the point of adventure without danger? If going on an adventure is also meant to, in his mind, have some sort of score, and pretty much it. This is what it says. To Trevor's mind, adventure should mean some sort of score along the way. What else was danger for? And we learn that he hadn't really known what to expect when he stowed away, except that he was trying to escape his own world and the Empire, because again, he's probably going to be wanted for helping Ferris escape Belasa, because they know he had some sort of involvement with the clothes, if you remember, in the Desperate Mission. You can go you can go listen to my chapter 19 review of the Desperate Mission if you want to catch up with that. And we learn that he was... Hold on. And we learn that he also didn't quite know what to expect when he stowed away. And he just wanted to escape his homeworld and the Empire, and he was now tangled up with Jedi. And he wanted to see the galaxy a bit, I guess, because it does say, okay, he'd been able to see a bit of the galaxy, but hanging around with a Resistance hero and a Jedi sure didn't pay well. And we kind of get to see and one of the lines in the book, because I think this is one of those moments where it's in the book, it's not directly stated, it's not directly done in a way that is directly coming from Trevor's thoughts, but it's implied to be from Ferris's thoughts. And it says, who knew Ferris would turn out to be so noble? And we learn that he still liked Ferris, but didn't want to be the moon to his planet. He didn't want to be his companion. And he munches on these protein pellets, as I said earlier. And he wonders if he should split off from them and find a nice planet in the Outer Rim without such control from the Empire. A planet that was crying out for some black market action where he could buy and sell in peace. And someplace, as it says in the book, someplace a harmless thief like himself could make an honest living without an imperial boot in his face. And then he hears a cracking or footstep, and he can't quite figure it out, and he rolls himself into his thermal blanket a bit more and hides and goes behind the boulder to try and hide. And there's a slope and a pathway below the slope, right behind the boulder. And pardon me, sorry. And you see stormtroopers in snow gear, which I assume it's just meant to be snow troopers. And that's how I envision them. And we see him, and he's big, and he notices they're not really looking out for anything. They're not really looking out trying to find something. They're just doing their normal boring job of going around the perimeter trying to see if there's anything suspicious. And he notes that they're probably a very long away. They're probably very far away from base, and that they probably came here on a transport. And so, once the stormtroopers are out, so he takes the thermal blanket off himself. And once the stormtroopers are out of sight, he traces their footsteps back to their ship, and again starts doing his thief stuff. He hopes that there's probably some decent food in there and some things that he can pinch, and he pinches some food off the ship, and he gets a bunch of stuff, a new fusion cutter, and but you never know, maybe a fusion cutter may go in handy. It's a space cruiser, I want to make that clear. He pinches the fusion cutter, gets a few drill heads for one, for them. What does he get actually? Let's look through. What does Trevor steal? He hesitates over a tray comp sensor, but he decides that they might miss it, and he also didn't want to leave any evidence of his presence, obviously. And so he was intentionally taking stuff that they probably wouldn't notice was gone. He pocketed a handful of explosives that were typically used in mining, and he presumes the snow troopers. I'm just going to call them snow troopers. It does say stormtroopers, but I'm going to call them snow troopers because again they're described in being in snow gear. And apparently they're used in mining, and he thinks that the snow troopers may have brought them there to blast away any rocks that may be in their way. Not a pebble, not that small, but and those explosives are called Alpha Plus charges. Alpha Plus charge or whatever. And he looks to see if there's any spare credits he can find, but no, there aren't any. And even then, his pockets were already very full, so he wouldn't have been really able to fit anything else in there. That's when he decides it's time to leave, when the transmitter starts beeping, and which alerts him that the snow troopers are coming back. And he peeks out, he sees there are no, he looks at the cockpit, I think, he sees there are no, he can't see the stormtroopers yet, so he hopes to get a quick getaway, just as he's about to go down the ramp. He sees another cruiser land, so he goes and hides a bit in the so he backs up and kind of hides near the ramp, and the cockpit to the other cruiser opens as the two stormtroopers come back to their cruiser, and the officer asks for a report, and the troopers say that they found nothing, and the officer tells them that attack scenario 7 implemented, or whatever it was. What's their interaction actually? The stormtroopers approached the new craft. Just as it landed, the dome roof of the cockpit opened, and Trevor clearly heard the officer inside ask, "Anything unusual?" "Nothing to report," one of the stormtroopers said. "Return to base. Attack scenario 7 implemented."
Another drill? Negative. A ship was spotted. Sweep indicated a life form near the vicinity of the cave. You sure you didn't spot anything unusual? Yes, we're sure.
And that's when one of the drill beats in Trevor's pocket drops and makes a metallic cling and rolls down the ramp. And Trevor thinks, so it doesn't pay well to be greedy.
He says, he just knew it didn't pay well to be greedy. That's what it says in the book.
Or to be so greedy.
Yeah, to be so greedy.
And that's when the snowtroopers and then a moment goes by, the stormtroopers walk over, to do a little bit of search, assuming they're just walking over to the their cruiser, honestly. And they spot Trevor, and they, with their blasters pointed up with their with the sensor inside the helmets glowing red. Once they spot Trevor, or as they're spotting Trevor, and Trevor closes the ramp and makes his way to the cockpit, and we learn that he had won a hot wiring competition among the youngest of the thieves on Belasa, and he halved his record this time, and he starts to fly the cruiser, and it says time to go for a ride. It was time to go for a ride, and that's where we end the chapter. Trevor. I do like, when it comes to Trevor, he's definitely a very hurt character. Because of course we learn that his family's gone, he's been left to be independent at a very young age, at an age that he really shouldn't be left to be independent at. And, lost so much already, and he's only 13, he lost his father, his brother, his mother. He's lost so much, and Ferris really does care about him. You know that. You know he really does care about him, and I think you can tell that he wants to be able to protect him. And he wants to take some of that weight off Trevor's shoulders, but Trevor doesn't really want that. He wants to stay independent, and he's happy. He thinks he's happy as he is. And he just wants to kind of do his own thing, and he was quite happy in the streets of Belarus, robbing and selling on the black market, and you kind of get to see how he doesn't really want to wind up being this big hero. He just wants to be this simple thief that robs and sells, and how he isn't really all that interested in being with Obi-Wan and Ferris saving the galaxy and getting involved with the Jedi business, and he just wants to go home, and we see that with him wanting to ditch Ferris and Obi-Wan. And I did do a Google search. Ferris does appear in all 10 books, so I wasn't sure if he appears in all of them, but okay, he does. I'm going to be curious to see how much he appears in them, because I know some of the ones Ferris does turn to the dark side after Death on Naboo, I think, or at the end of Death on Naboo, depending on where Malorum dies and that, I don't know, but I'm going to be curious to see Trevor's involvement in those ones. But anyway, I think with Trevor, he is a very interesting character, and I do think he is I am looking forward to reading more of Trevor, honestly. I think that's just the best way I can put it. I'm going to be interested to see if this is Trevor's opportunity to escape. I'm going to be interested to see... Sorry, pardon me. I'm going to be interested to see how Ferris and Obi-Wan, depending on which ones, find Trevor again. Because again, I know he's in all of the Last of the Jedi books. So, yeah. I enjoy this chapter. I think it was I think it was more. I think at the start of the chapter was probably the most interesting, and I think again this chapter is very much like a lot of the chapters where it was just action, 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 without really much. No, without really a whole lot of a whole lot of just slowing down. And I think this, but even then, we do get a bit of a slowdown at the beginning of the chapter with seeing into Trevor's thoughts. Now he wants to ditch Obi-Wan and Ferris and just live the life he lived on Belasa. And he just doesn't want to have the Imperial grasp being the Empire's grasp either. So yeah, Trevor is a very there's a lot going on with him, and I think that's what makes him equally interesting but tragic. So yeah, I'm over halfway through the book now. I've got about 7 more chapters and then I'm done with it, so yeah. And then I'll be 2/10 of the way through the series. So yeah. I know I did have a little read in the first few paragraphs, on the first line of the next book, and we get in, and it describes Sancor, so we're finally getting to see Sancor. So yeah. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read chapter 12 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. I'm not sure if I'll read any more chapters today. I've been having a bit of a rough day, but let's just get into the review, shall we? So Manili Tun and Obi-Wan go and visit Sancor, and Tun has put Obi-Wan into Obi-Wan's now in disguise as Osh Scowl. But of course Sancor doesn't know what Osh Scowl looks like, so Obi-Wan's wearing the supply officer is wearing supply officer uniform and a medical mask, and Tun brings Obi-Wan to Sancor, and Sancor says that he'll ask Obi-Wan questions when he needs them, and gone way too far back in the book. That's 10, not 12. That's 11. Sorry, I'm trying to go back through the book to try and find what's going on. There we go. And Sankor's a bit impatient. He says, "At last, I've been waiting for 15 minutes. And Obi-Wan explains that he was on his break and wonders how he can help. And Sankor says his supply records covering the dates he indicated. And yeah, he asks Obi-Wan to stay there while he goes through them. And Obi-Wan says it will try to answer his questions. And he passes the disc to Sankor and he starts looking through them. And Obi-Wan says, "If you tell me what you're trying to look for, I can help you." And Sankor says, "I haven't asked you any questions yet." So Sankor's a bit rude. And he's very observant, and he says to Dr. Naturin, Naturin, It says he doesn't remember asking him to stay, and that he probably has other duties elsewhere, like a patient to save. And Chun leaves, but he's talking to Tun when he says no to Ruben, but Tun leaves and he stays, and you get the others by the door because he does pop in a moment later. And anyway, Tun goes, and Sankor points to a vital scan kit, and everyone says, yes, it's an item we use frequently, and Sankor says, but now for newborns, to make sure they haven't got any medical problems, and everyone says they have other uses. And Sankor says, but there were no newborns in the, well, everyone says that, he doesn't say they have other uses, he says they're not exclusively used for newborns, but, Sankor says that, well, there weren't any newborns in the facility at the time. And everyone says that he doesn't know, he hasn't cross-referenced the patient records, but Sankor says he has. And Sankor continues to look through, and suddenly he stops, spotting what Tun had set up on Obi-Wan's orders, and he's very observant and starts studying them and licks his lips, and everyone can notice he's trying to hide his excitement. And he says that you only had a few patients in the med center during this period. Only one was seriously injured. Yet these supplies show a major catastrophic illness was treated. Your records don't reflect that. Obi-Wan shrugged. Records can get sloppy. Sankor gave him an icy look. Odd that you disparage your own abilities. These records are meticulous, and the Medroids are programmed to enter all of their procedures. They should match. Again, if basically Sankor has noticed that the supplies used to treat the patient do not match the conditions they were under. And everyone says that the records can get a bit sloppy, and Sankor's a bit sceptical because he's very meticulous, and because Oshskal's apparently meant to be very meticulous, and he's aware of it, and he finds it strange that Oshskal, which is actually just Obi-Wan here, is downplaying his own ability, and how the med droids are supposed to put in their own, how they're going to put in everything they've done. And he notes that the med droid, none of it matches the supplies used in the med droid's records. And everyone tells him that he's not a doctor but a technician, and asks if Sankor may want to check with the med droids, and he says, if I wanted to talk to a med droid, I would summon one. Not in those words specifically, but he pretty much just says that. And Sankor asks who else has access to Obi-Wan's Oshskal's ordering, and Obi-Wan says he does the ordering. Again, remember he's impersonating Oshskal. Sankor says, does anyone check the orders or see them after he's submitted them? And Obi-Wan says no, and Sankor's just not believing him. He's incredibly skeptical, and he says let's check the employee list, and he starts looking through the employee list. Obi-Wan says, I'm sure I can help, I just need to familiarise myself with some details. And Sankor asks him a question about Oshskal's past, and he says, surely you can remember something that happened so close to the end of the Clone Wars. It was a chaotic time. On the contrary, things were slow in this quadrant. You were an adjunct on an archaeological dig. The action was elsewhere. And you can just see Sankor knows Obi-Wan is just impersonating. He's just not buying it, he knows. We were told he was very clever. So we know that. And we're getting to see that's intelligence here. And And after that, Sankor turns to Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan notices that Oshskal finally appears, and he looks nothing like Obi-Wan, and so he tries to mind trick Sankor, but his mind is too strong, because if Sankor just turns back around, he's going to see that Oshskal is not Obi-Wan. That Obi-Wan doesn't match this description of Oshskal. Then he suggests that he can access the files more quickly on another port. Sankor asks him to do it, then Tuon pokes his head in and asks if they're almost done, and that's when Sankor spots Obi-Wan, and he pulls out his blaster, pointing it to Tuon, and says, "Suppose you two tell me what's going on," he said. He smiled, and they saw small pointed teeth. "I didn't know if you had something to hide, but now I'm sure." And Obi-Wan feels the surge of the dark side, and he activates his lightsabers. Sankor opens fire at Tuon. Obi-Wan defends Tuon, deflecting the blaster bolts. And Obi-Wan starts to spring forwards, apparently with a blaster in his hand, but it could mean Sankor. And Obi-Wan sees Sankor's surprise, and then Sankor makes a run for it with the disc, and Tuon says that he's going for the hangar. Sankor unleashes a wrist rocket as they're going through. Obi-Wan tells Tuon to get down, and Tuon ducks in time. So he says to get down, even as Tuon is diving, and Sankor, of course, as I said, he fires a wrist rocket, which he has to pull his sleeves up for because he's so small. He's so Robo, it's oversized. And Obi-Wan is able to roll out of the way of the falling ceiling from the wrist rocket. And Sankor goes into a operating theatre, and he's hiding in the observation. As he's going there, he opens fire on Obi-Wan, but he's hiding in the observation theatre, and Obi-Wan's in there, and he uses the Force to sense him because it's so dark, and he doesn't want to bother straining his eyes. And he senses Sankor in a corner, hiding and waiting, and he hears the hiss of the wrist rocket just as Sankor opens fire with it, and he jumps out the way. It blows a hole into the wall of the corridor, leading from the theatre to the corridor, of course. And Obi-Wan leaps through because Sankor underestimated the power of the rocket, and it starts to shake the observation deck above the theatre, and the observation deck's starting to collapse. And Sankor's trying to desperately get his way back into the corridor, but he's scrambling and trying to climb up, but he can't. And eventually the observation deck collapses and Sankor falls, and he lands on some medical instruments which was killing him. And Obi-Wan looks over and he wonders, and he knows that Sankor's death was just not out matters, because Mudalwin would wonder what happened to Sankor, where he was, and that either a Padme's secret is safe, or he's just pull it into even more jeopardy and peril than it already was in. Not peril, really. That's what it's described as in the book. I quite enjoy the chapter. I think Sankor was a little bit funny, you know, in a way. But yeah. Again, not a whole lot to talk about. This was actually quite a different thing to what I expected from the this was actually quite a different encounter than I was expecting, because I knew Sankor would die on that medical instruments. I knew that going into the book, about going into the Last of the Jedi in general, because of course I'm a big Inquisitor fan. I knew what happened to Sankor. What I didn't know was how he fell, because I knew he because I knew he was due to a wrist rocket, but I didn't quite know where he fell or how or what the setting of all it was. And so now that I actually know, it is a bit different to how I imagined it initially, but I do find it funny that someone as clever as Sankor failed to correctly estimate just how powerful his wrist rocket was. But then, to be fair, he's an expert in record security, not necessarily an expert in the power of wrist rockets. So yeah. Personally, I quite enjoyed the chapter, and I think you really do get to see Obi-Wan's nervousness, and you just see Sankor is just not taking any of it. He just does not believe anything Obi-Wan's saying. He's cleverly playing around with Obi-Wan, trying to get him to answer questions and stuff that he can't possibly answer because he's not actually Oscar. And so I think it was quite fun to see how Sankor managed the whole situation, and you do get to see just how desperate Obi-Wan gets. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how the storyline of Padme's twins will progress, because again, I know it's probably going to wind up being according to Wikipedia, Maloran finds out about the Skywalker twins. So and he isn't able to report it to Vader before before he plummets to his death. So I am going to be interested to see how Maloran figures out about the Skywalker twins. Does he come to Police Master himself? Is it in the last chapter? Because apparently Maloran appears in the book, but he's not appeared yet, and it does seem like it's going to be a bit late of an appearance if he does appear. So yeah, I'm going to be interested to see where this goes. Again, I quite enjoyed the character of Sankor. He was quite enjoyable. So yeah. But yeah, I think that should end it for now. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, it is the 27th of December now, and I've just read Chapter 13 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. So we're back on Ilum. Well, yeah, we're back on Ilum. I couldn't remember whether the last chapter was with Sankor or Trevor, but no, it was with Sankor, when everyone's Sankor falling on the medical instruments, wasn't it? And we're back on Ilum with Ferrus, and he's walking through the cave, and we see some pictographs. Is it the images on the walls that are meant to be representing things and history and stuff, and it's going over Jedi exploits from thousands of years past. And we get to see a bit of how Ferrus, and we get to see a bit of what it was like for Ferrus when he first came to get his lightsaber all those years ago on Ilum. And we learn that. I'm just gonna go hold on, back to the first page of the chapter, and that way I can just easily refer to it if I get stuck. And and how the visions of the cave kept telling him how he thought himself above everyone, how he thought he was better than everyone, and that he only pretended humility. And how they had showed him visions of him with a torn tunic and a broken lightsaber to show him that he would not become a Jedi. He wouldn't pass the trials. And of course, he ended up leaving the Jedi. And course back then there was only one who surpassed him, which was of course Anakin Skywalker, and how the visions kept telling him jealousy stopped him from being his friend. And how he had seen a dark figure that scared him. And how the visions back then had said, "I'm waiting for you fellas, I lie in your future." And how he had been terrified by that more than anything. And he now understood that they were just possible futures and glimpses of his fears. And that he had only found freedom once he left the Order, and Rowan had taught him that. Rowan, again. And how... how Rowan had taught him not to care about others' opinions, but to still regard their feelings. And it was a distinction he strangely didn't make at the temple until he had left the Order. And he was too busy trying to be perfect at the temple. And he now knew that he wasn't jealous of Anakin, but he was instead afraid of him. And why, he didn't know. And he wonders what it would matter now, because as far as Ferris knows, Obi-Wan told him he was dead, and like all the others. And that he was older now, and there was nothing that he was aware of that could really scare him. As he had been through war, and even when he was scared, he kept on going. And didn't think the cave would be able to scare him anymore, and then he sees his old master Siri. Now again, I haven't read the Jedi Quest books. Again, as I said, I haven't read them. And I didn't even know they existed until I already started reading Last of the Jedi. But I did still get quite a bit of a feeling from these conversations. And I do still have and I do think they do a good job on giving the context. And Siri tells him that he thinks he's changed, and it's a vision of Siri, not actually Siri. And how he thinks he's changed, but he's just the same, how he thinks nothing can touch him, and that he thinks he's the best, and she asks, "Do you think it's so important to be the best? The best. And Ferris shakes his head and knows that's not what he's thinking, and then he has a bit of doubt as to whether it was what he was thinking. Siri asks if that's why she left them, because he wasn't the best and he knew it, and Ferris says, "No, that isn't why I left." And Siri says, "You don't have to be afraid of what we are, you have to be afraid of what you are." And Ferris tells her he's not afraid. And he tells her that he knows himself now and didn't then. And Siri laughs in a mocking manner, but without the heartfelt love that and friendliness that she had when she was still alive. Again, sorry, I get a bit out of breath for some reason when doing these reviews. And Siri tells him that he should be afraid, and that he's still fooling himself, and he wants to save the Jedi all by himself and make up for leaving them. And Ferris says, "No, that's not why. I only want to help. I want to fight the Empire." And she asks if he wants to go back and change his decisions, become a Jedi again. and says that he can't, and that he'll never be a Jedi again, and all those minor attempts are pathetic, and says, "What did I always tell you? In your plans lie responsibilities. You're forgetting that again." And she begins to laugh, and then she kind of reassembles into a creature of the dark side. And Ferris doesn't quite know what it was, assumes it's the dark side because it's a faceless monster. Features don't quite look right. And he had forgotten about how the images shifted shape until he didn't know what was Jedi and what was the dark side, and then he started to wonder whether it was his fears being projected. In his fears creating the vision, and fears that he didn't know he had, because again he didn't think he had any fears. And that's when then all of a sudden he wishes he was anywhere else, even fighting the Empire. Not the Empire, the Emperor. And instead of being in the cave, and he had done it all for Garen, someone he barely knew and barely had any memory of. And then a surge of feeling came that he could be a Jedi. I'll just read it off. That was enough. The surge of feeling that came when he thought of Garen taught him something. He must still be a Jedi. There must be a part of him that still vibrated with the Force. If he felt that connection. Garen's life was his life. It was as simple as that. What he had forged in his childhood still rang in his bones. And he walks on and waits for the crystals to call out to him. He knows that that's how it works and stuff. And then he sees Anakin ahead, and Anakin tries to, of course, again a vision of Anakin, and Anakin tries to provoke him. He looks about the same age as when Ferris left the Order, and says it's so like you. Anakin said, to think that you're the only one who can do something. That ego of yours, no wonder nobody ever liked you. And Ferris knows that this is just an image, and that he couldn't fight it or argue with it. And he's long ago come to terms with what Anakin had thought of him, and it wasn't really anything he hadn't heard before. And Anakin says that his jealousy destroyed his future, and he tries to destroy his. And then Ferris tells him that he knew Drew's lightsaber was faulty, and it was something he had held up in his system for all these years and he just hadn't got it out. And he tells him that he knew that he was jealous, that Anakin was jealous of Ferris and Drew's friendship, and that he was trying to sabotage it and get them in trouble, and he knew they wouldn't say anything about it, and he kept his mouth shut, and he went and he carried on being a Jedi, and Ferris wound up leaving, and he says, funnily enough, that was the best thing that ever happened to me. And Anakin says, well, so I hear. And yet I found myself too. And the crystals dim, Ferris can't see the walls of the cave, and a shadow starts approaching him, and the vision turns into Darth Vader. And that's where it ends, and Ferris feels a wind going through the cave as well. And that's where this chapter ends off. Hang on, I need a swig of tea. There we go. Hopefully I can catch my breath back now. I quite enjoyed this chapter. I think it was a bit of an interesting look into Ferris. It's interesting because from what it sounds like, again I haven't gone through the Jedi Quest books, but from what it sounds like, he was very similar to Anakin back at the Jedi Temple. And of course, he has changed a bit now. He's has a lot of growth since then, and you can really see that he really does believe that he has grown. But there are still certain elements that are there that have of course grown but are still there, such as his confidence in himself, such as his great confidence in himself. And again, I haven't gone through the Jedi Quest books, but from what I'm gathering, this is kind of what I'm getting, and it's interesting to see how how Ferris has developed, yet is also still the same in some ways. I know that's very contradictory, but it's, I think, a very interesting take on to see that in character. I think it's a very interesting take on character growth, and again, it is just very interesting, and you really do feel for Ferris here, and you just know that he's come to terms with everything that happened, and that you think he thinks he was prepared, and yeah, I don't really know where I'm going with this now, honestly, but you do see that he has grown quite a bit as a character while also staying the same, and I think that's quite interesting. I did look on a little bit into the next chapter. We're not going to Trevor. I thought it was going to be Kenobi, Ferris, Trevor, Kenobi, Ferris, Trevor, Kenobi, Ferris, Trevor. No, the next one is about Ferris. So, yeah, I'm going to read that in probably a moment once I finish this, but yeah. I think that's where I'll end this review off, so thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read chapter 14 of The Last of the Jedi, Dark Warning. Now, there was quite a lot in this chapter. This is one of the longer ones. So this is definitely going to be a chapter where I'm going to have to look through it. And skim through it as I do this review. So let me get to no, I've gone back to chapter 13. I need to go to chapter 14. No, I've gone a bit too far ahead, I think. Yep, hang on. I really should just get this prepared for when I do these reviews, shouldn't I? But anyway, we do... Hang on. While I get to there, I'll try and start this. Page is going to be fiddly. So, we do pick up where we ended off last chapter. Pages are so fiddly. There we go. It's got there in the end. So we pick up where we left off in last chapter. With Ferris meeting a vision of Vader, and he's terrified. And Vader tells him it's our destiny to meet. It is my job to tell you about the truths from which you hide. You are not a Jedi. You will delude yourself that you are. But then, you have always deluded yourself. You might as well give up now, because you will fail and you will bring everyone down with you. Watch. Ferris is given a vision of Garen, another Jedi, Roan and Rayna, looking up at a fireball and then being consumed by it. Vader repeats what Siri used to say to him: in your plans lie responsibilities, but he never thinks of that. And only thinks of his own glory. Ferris only thinks of his own glory, according to Vader. And in this sphere, Ferris feels the force rising, and he grabs it. He knows that it's there, even though he's too afraid to access it. And knowing it existed just gives him hope, and that hope gave him courage. And he'd almost forgotten that the Force exists everywhere, but even where evil breathes, and he tells Vader that these are things that can happen, and he will make his own path. And Vader tells him that he's never seen the truth, and Ferris tells him if this is your truth, then give me my illusions. And Ferris walks forward, afraid but accepting it and keeping on going. And once he steps toward Vader, once he touches Vader, he's blasted back, and the dark side retreats, and he finds his crystals. He turns around and sees Garen, and he thinks he's a vision to begin with, but no, it is Garen. And they have a bit of a chat. Ferris tells Garen that Obi-Wan's alive, and that he sent him here to find him. And Garen's got its own bit of he's got a bit of attitude himself. As when Ferris says, he sent me here to find you. He's coming back with a ship. Oh great, Garen said. Everyone's going to rescue me. I'll never hear the end of it. you can just tell that, because again, Garen is meant to be this very old. He's just literally described as ancient, in tattered robes and stuff. But Ferris tells him everybody has a price to pay for survival. He has a lot of good quips in this chapter, and Garen tells him that that we didn't think any other Jedi survived, and Ferris goes, we? And Garen replies, Fate or Rana, whatever it was, however you pronounced it, and that she had survived with him, and that she went back to the temple to see what had happened, and that she didn't come back. And that's when they hear screaming, and Ferris wonders if it's visions. Garen says no. Ferris makes his way back through the cave and sees the Gorgodans and their shelters are being killed and destroyed by stormtroopers. They know Ferris is there, and they're trying to block his way out, and the boulder blocks his path. And he coughs, and he goes back to Garen and tries to hand him a flask of water and a pellet, and says that they need to get out of there. The only exit is through the front, and there's probably going to be stormtroopers there. And Garen kind of wants just to stay back. He says, you must go. I came here to be with the Force, to rest with the visions of my ancestors. The living Force is too weak in me now. He struggled to extract his lightsaber from his belt. He handed it to Ferris. It needs new crystals. I saw you find yours, the blue ones. Put them in. It's yours now. And Ferris is a bit hesitant at first, and Garen says that he must, and that he'd be honoured for a Jedi to have it. Ferris says that he's not a Jedi, and not anymore, and Garen says that he feels the Force in him, and that's enough. Now I've got to go to the next chapter to skim. Ferris handles the lightsaber reverently, as it says in the book, and it's quite strange, because even though it is battered and nicked and got a big dent in one side, it fits his hand perfectly as if he made it himself. And he puts these pale ice blue crystals in there, the three of them apparently, and he ignites it, and he says he's going to try and get Garen out of there, because that's what a Jedi would do. It would be against the Jedi codes not to try and rescue him. To at least try and rescue him. So he holds out the flask of water and the pellet to Garen, and Garen takes some. I thought Garen was going to be a lot younger. Sorry, no, he's middle-aged, elderly. So no, elderly. I thought he was going to be a bit middle-aged or so, but no, he's elderly. And Ferris helps Garen up, and they make their way to the front of the cave. And as they're making their way there, I'll just read this out. Ferris didn't know how he could fight and protect Garen, but he knew it must be done. He wondered where Trevor was. He wondered where Obi-Wan was. He wondered how he had gotten himself into this predicament. He wondered why he couldn't just find a nice planet for a comfortable exile and try to ignore the Empire. He wondered if the visions were right. If he was taking on this task just to prove he was a Jedi after all. And they approach the front entrance of the cave, and they see some stormtroopers there, alongside a Merson mobile grenade mortar, which apparently I'm just going to read its description out. Behind the troops, a Merson mobile grenade mortar was angling into position. It was capable of firing a total of 100 grenades every second or so, with storage of more hundreds of grenades that could be reloaded through a tube. Operated by 2 stormtroopers on a repulsor lift sled, it could accelerate fast and rise up in the air to 30 meters. In short, it was highly maneuverable and a deadly killing machine. And Garen somehow found the strength to creep his way behind Ferris, and he sees it. And he asks, and he goes, "Oh, that's not good news." And he asks Ferris how good he is with a lightsaber, and Ferris says, "Actually, I'm a little rusty." "I wish I hadn't heard that." And Ferris asks if he has any other weapons, and Garen says no. And he hands Garen his blaster pistol, and Garen asks if he has a plan or not. And Ferris, again, I'm just going to pop the bookmark on there for a moment, because it's making it a bit complicated. And Ferris replies, "I'm supposed to have a plan." It's, again, another one of his good quips in this chapter. Again, he hasn't had a lot in this book, so they're really making up for it in this chapter. And Garen says, "I'd suggest one. Let's refer to our temple training." "A quiz? Now?" Maybe he hadn't missed the Jedi so much after all. Again, Ferris has a lot of good quips in this. And Garen proposes the scenario of when they meet an opposing force, and they're outnumbered with overwhelming force, and the opposing force has overwhelming force. What are the strategies available? And Ferris says, "Retreat for one, that's always a favourite." And Garen says, "Well, they can't do that in this situation, it's impossible." And the other one, and he says, "Let's try number 2, and Ferris says, "Turn the enemy's advantage into yours," and he found the words coming quite easily to him. And again, I think this is important. I think this is quite important to note, because it's coming quite easily to him, and how he still remembered sitting in the classes in the temple, and how the Jedi, despite being peacemakers, it was still considered vital for them to learn military strategies, of course, in case of that happening, in case of any situation, and it had helped him when he was an officer in the Clone Wars. And I think it's important for us to see that in Ferris. I think it's quite important for us to see how easily it's all coming back to him, because even though he claims he's not a Jedi anymore, and he's not really that connected to the Force, he's still growing that connection back and even in the last book, you know, he tried to force push and he just couldn't find the power to do it. It's still nice to see just how easily some of these things are coming back to him, and despite him claiming that he just is not a Jedi and he can't become a Jedi again, he still has all those abilities to do so. But anyway, Ferris then says they need to capture the mortar, but he does not know how, and I'm just going to read out Garen's plan to you.
I came to this cave many years ago to find my crystals, Garen said. I decided to wait outside until I was ready, until I felt the force glow around me. Well, that's what I told myself. Actually, I was stalling. I sat for a long time, just studying the cave opening, and I noticed something. A bird. It was one of those tiny white snow feather birds, and it had built a nest over the cave opening, and I saw that I'd been looking at the cave long. It looks as though it's carved out of the face of the mountain, but actually there's a little overhang above it. I'm not getting this, Ferris said, and I don't like to remind you, but there's a troop of stormtroopers and about 100 grenades sitting out there. The overhang is big enough for a snow feather nest, but it's also big enough for a man to perch, Garen said. Perch? I don't want to perch. I'd be one big target. You can get up there by concealing yourself behind the boulders, just inside the entrance, Garen went on. Climb up the side of the cave, then swing yourself out and into the ledge outside. If you do it quickly, you might not be spotted. Might not. They won't be looking above the cave. They'll be looking into it, trying to spot movement. Then you can force leap over the first columns and land close to the mobile mortar. When they spot you, I'll try to divert their attention. Ferris looks at Garen dubiously, and he thinks it's just the craziest plan that he's ever heard. But they go ahead with it. Ferris moves in the shadows. It's not really the fight. The whole thing isn't really that well explained, I don't think. Not the whole thing where Ferris is moving, and you do get they also don't have much choice, and time is running out. And they're starting to advance, and Ferris goes and does it. And Ferris and Garen says, I'll stay there to meet them, and Ferris is in disbelief and thinks, alone? You're going to face them alone? And Garen says he's not going to be facing them alone, he'll have the visions, and so Ferris goes on, does he climbs, moves in the shadows, climbs at the boulder, tries to swing over to the nest, but misses just a bit. And as he leaps over the heads, or he gets there, I don't know. Again, it's not very well explained. And then he jumps over the stormtroopers, but the stormtroopers manning the mortar spot him, and they open fire on the grenades. He activates his lightsaber, Garen's lightsaber, and starts deflecting them. And he's wielding it with an ease. He's described as wielding it with an ease. And he didn't have to push. He didn't have to push to get that to move in the way that he used to. It was as if no time had passed at all. And with every angle and every attack, he just was moving it really well. And anyway, he lands on one of the stormtroopers, kicking them off. And he takes control of the mortar to start blowing up all the stormtroopers, and they start scurrying for cover. That's when the mortar, and he thinks he's going to go over and swing up Garen. And that's when one of the stormtroopers
well, they the stormtrooper he kicked off makes his way back up, and Ferris just about dodgy, and the blast bolt just about misses his ear, and he feels the heat go by, and he tries to start deflecting the bolts from the stormtrooper, and he starts to fall off the mortar, and he gets shot in the shoulder, and he has a very funny line where he says, "Okay, a Gorgodan uses me as a punching bag, and an evil vision throws me around like a laser ball. Now I've been shot with a blaster. Not a good day." And he also, as he's going off balance and starting to fall, he thinks, "Oh, maybe I'm not as good as I thought I was. As good as I thought I was." And just as he thinks it's going to be the end, here it is. Fury pounded through him, fury at himself. He'd blown it. It was going to end here for him, outside the caves of Ilum, the most sacred place to the Jedi, and here his bones were to lie. The Force slowed down time, and he reactivated his lightsaber. He couldn't move out of the way of the coming barrage in time. He knew that, but he would join the Force still fighting. And that's when Trevor, hooray, comes through with his alpha grenade things, whatever they were called, and starts blowing up the mortar, and the stormtrooper starts blowing up the mortar. And Ferris is rolling and tumbling down the slope, trying to get away from the terrible heat, as it's described. And he runs back once it's but Ferris, and he winds up banging his head on the boulder. But once Ferris gets back up, Ferris bangs his head on the boulder to make it clear. And once Ferris gets back up, he goes back to the cave entrance, picks up Garen, who's slumped on the floor with the blaster in his hands and is quite weak. And Trevor lands down, Ferris goes in, and he's fired on by the stormtroopers, and he collapses to his knees, and Garen says that he knows, Trevor starts to fly back up as the cruiser is chasing him. And Garen says he knows the place they can hide where Obi-Wan can't find them. Sorry about that, I'm back now. So, one of the things I really enjoyed about this chapter was that, with last chapter, it was a study into Ferris's character, and in a way where it made Ferris self-aware of his qualities. And one of the things I took the most note of in that chapter was his development of self-confidence. It went from an arrogant self-confidence to a selfless self-confidence. And I think it's interesting that this chapter adds the consequence of that self-awareness, and it's making him question his beliefs. He believes he's doing it for the good of the galaxy. He believes he's becoming a Jedi and rising resistance for the good of the galaxy. He believes that. But then the visions in the cave have made it clear to him that have kind of twisted that his thinking. He's unsure as to whether they're right because of who he used to be. And I think that's a very interesting take on his character. I'm about to stay on his character. I've only really known him for this book and the last one because I haven't read the Jedi Quest. But I think it's a very interesting take on. I think that, you know what I mean. It's an interesting way of storytelling, and I'm going to be looking forward to see the further consequences of that self-awareness, because you have him questioning if he should have just had a comfortable exile trying to ignore the Empire, and whether he's actually doing this to prove he can still be a Jedi, to prove that he can still be the best, and to prove that he's still better than Anakin. And I think, even though we as the readers know that it is not, that's not the case, and that Ferrus has grown, and that he's doing this out of the pure belief that he can take over that he can fight the Empire. It is sort of very interesting way for Ferrus himself to view this, and I'm going to be very interested to see how they develop this, and I'm going to be interested to see whether this has anything to do with him turning to the dark side, because I know he turns to the dark side in some of the later books. I think it's at the end of Death on Naboo, or the book following that, he turns to the dark side. So I'm going to be very interested to see how his story develops, just because of this chapter and the last chapter. And I think this is going to be something that is going to have a lot of echoes going forward. I'm going to be very interested to see just how Ferrus will develop. Garen, let's talk about Garen Mullen, or Mullen, however you meant to pronounce his last name, for a moment. I quite enjoy Garen's character. He's very clearly just has it. He very clearly is at peace with everything that's happened, and he's just pretty much waiting for his doom, really. But you can still tell that he has that sense of honour, and he's still allowing Ferrus that honour of saving him. And I think that's another interesting thing. I wonder if Garen's kind of way of honour feeds into Ferrus's arrogance, because he doesn't believe he's got that arrogance anymore, but he also has doubt about it. And I think that's very interesting. I'm going to be curious to see whether Garen giving him his lightsaber and saying, "I would be honoured for a Jedi to have it," is going to play into that doubt with Ferrus, because he does say outright, I'm no longer a Jedi. I'm not a Jedi. I'm not even a Jedi. I'm no longer a Jedi. And Garen says, "But I feel the Force running through you, good enough for me." And I do think it is. I'm going to be very curious to see just where this leaves Ferrus's character, because it definitely seems like that interaction is not going to help how Ferrus is thinking at the moment in the slightest. It very much seems like it's only going to make things worse for him. So, yeah. Anyway, that is my review of this chapter, for chapter 14 of The Last of the Jedi, The Desperate Mission. So, yeah. We have a bit more action in this chapter as well. Again, I made it quite clear that I think this book maybe has a bit too much action in previous reviews, but, you know, it's nothing too bad, so, yeah. I guess I'll end it off here, I'll end off this review here, and say thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read chapter 15 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. So Obi-Wan is on his way back from Police Master when he gets a distress call from Ferrus, Garen, Trevor, and he knows exactly where they are. They're hiding in a crystalless cave on Ilum, and he goes and picks them up, and he wants to see Garen but he needs to get them out of there, so in deep space, which is just space. That's when Ferris takes over the controls and he goes and sees Garen. And he's absolutely heartbroken to see him. If he was great, if before he was grateful to know he was alive, he's just now absolutely heartbroken to see him because of just how different he looks. How his hair is sparse, how pale he is, and so much of the stuff that makes him just so different from when he last saw him, and how Garen is just so weak now. And Garen opens an eye and Obi-Wan says, "Can I get you anything?" And Garen says, anything but a mirror. I can tell by the way you're looking at me," which was quite funny. And that's when Garen goes back unconscious and he's struggling with every word. And Obi-Wan leaves him and he goes back to the cockpit, and he has a word with Ferris. Oh, and as he's flying over to the cave, I forgot to mention, all he could think about was Garen is alive. Malorum has to be stopped. Garen is alive. Malorum has to be stopped. Garen is alive. Malorum has to be stopped. But anyway, come back to where we were with Ferris and Obi-Wan in the cockpit. And now I'm going to miss a few things, I think, so I'm just going to get the page up. Obi-Wan thanks... Oh, Obi-Wan does say he'll talk later with Garen to him, and he says to Ferris, "Thank you for rescuing him," and Ferris says that this is only the beginning. Dahahan mentioned a Jedi was captured on Coruscant, which went completely over my head, because it's which I actually went back a little bit when I read that, and to see when Dahahan was pinned down, if you remember, by the sheet of Jura steel, and he says, "You'll be another Jedi prisoner on Coruscant," and you know, to that you just think it's just flippantly, but then with what Garen has said, it clicks. But he says, Dahahan said there was another Jedi prisoner on Coruscant. Garen says a Jedi went to Coruscant, and that it's maybe the same Jedi. There might be prisoner there, and that they could be still alive. And Obi-Wan goes, Coruscant is a big place, and that she could be anywhere on the planet. And Ferris says that they can't hide a Jedi, and that they can find her and find them all. And then Obi-Wan asks, "And then what?" And Ferris says that they can take them someplace safe. And Obi-Wan's a bit sceptical. He's worried that having too many Force users in one area may arise a lot of Force energy and alert the Sith. And it's better for them to stay scattered. And Ferris is a bit sceptical with that. He doesn't really think that that only a handful of Jedi would trigger such a big reaction, and he already knows where it hides everyone. And everyone asks, "How are you going to find this place?" And Ferris says, "I've already found it, so have you." And everyone goes, "Oh, the asteroid," after he thinks for a moment. And Ferris goes, "It's not mapped, it's constantly travelling." And Obi-Wan goes, "It's in the middle of an atmospheric storm. And it's a hunk of rock with no shelter," and Ferris goes, "See? Perfect." and he's strong and he's described, and his voice is described as strong and determined. And we learn that he gave Roan a transmission. So he says he knows it was a risk, but they have a secret coded. What was it? They have a coded system, and he's the only person that outside of everyone on the ship and on the asteroid that he can trust, which I do think is maybe a bit. Because what about Donna from the last book? Well, then, to be fair, maybe he is still a bit sceptical with her. But, the 11. But, he did get in contact with Roan and told him that they need supplies, and especially the medical supplies, went into great detail about what they need for Garen, and to continue going on for a while, and be self-sustaining. And that they have a coded system, which is pretty much a series of places where they can meet. And after that, Rome will have to go back to USA. And Obi-Wan can hear the excitement in Varys' voice. He wants to argue, but he knows now's not the time to argue, and he just now's the time to rest and plan. And so he goes back. He tells Varys to wake him up, and once they get to the spaceport, and then we have a bit of a cut, we time jump a bit, and we have Trevor at the cockpit, and they land at the Nixor spaceport in the Nixor system, whatever it's meant to be. And Trevor's back with the quips and says, what does he say? "You sure picked some nasty holes in the galaxy to meet in," Trevor observed. "That's the whole point. Sometimes the best place to hide is in the crowd." And that's what Ferris says at the end. And we learn that the Nixor system is pretty much very poorly managed. No one's really doing regular repairs to it, to the spaceport. I mean, no one's really updating it. It's feuding with the rest of the system, the spaceport. And generally space has tried to avoid it, but it's still always crowded because it's in the middle of, because it's pretty much in the centre of the Midrim. It's not as central, but yeah. Ferris goes out of the ship and he almost immediately spots Roan, and they meet with each other, and they have a little bit of banter. And Roan says to him, "You look like a Durko on a bad day." And Ferris says, "Thanks, you're not exactly a prize." And they have a bit of a conversation. And in a teasing way, Roan, they're a very teasing relationship. Again, they are just described as friends in the book, but we know from an email from on Twitter with Jude Watson that they are married. And yeah, Roan say, "Can't you just escape and hide like everybody else? Do you have to go looking for trouble?" Roan teased, but his eyes were worried. And Ferris replies, "Well, you know those Imperials? They're such a bundle of fun. I just can't stay away." And Ferris says that he does, and that he wish, and Roan says that I guess you have to do this, and Ferris says that he does, and he wishes things were different, which Roan finishes for him. And Ferris explains that there are Jedi out there that need help, and he wants to find a place to make them safe, and Roan said, "I thought you left the Order." And Ferris goes, "I did," and Roan goes, "Really? Doesn't look that way from here." And Ferris explains that they need him and that some are alive, hiding, and if they have a place that's safe to come to, that could give them a chance to fight again. And he wants to establish a secret base. And Rowan goes, that's why you wanted the greenhouse. And he goes through a list of some of the things he needed, such as seeds, plants, medical supplies, food, etc. And Rowan tells him that Rowan tells Ferris that he's putting himself in a lot of great danger. But he says, I guess you know that. And he says to not worry, and they can see each other from time to time, but he has work to do in Noosa, and the Empire has cracked down on the Resistance. But they're still biding out their time. He says, the Empire has cracked down on the Resistance, but we're biding our time. You're doing the right thing. And Ferris says, I don't know if that's true, but he only knows that he has to do it. And Rowan says, sometimes that's all you get to know. And that's how we end the chapter. During this book mission, I did say I want to see more of Ferris and Rowan. But we had about one very, very brief conversation before it went to trying to free the prisoners, and Ferris winding up and the plan going wrong, and Ferris being taken into the garrison. I don't remember a whole lot about that conversation. I know I enjoyed it, and I know I enjoyed their banter, but again, I really did like this conversation between Rowan and Ferris. And it's a shame that we didn't have like at least a couple short stories with Rowan and Ferris. In between Empire Strikes Back, in between during the Clone Wars, and the early years of the Empire, and the first few months of the Empire. I think that it would have just been lovely to see them two just living a life together, and they have such great banter, and it's just wonderful and lovely to read. I'm going to be interested to see Obi-Wan's involvement, because I did look at his Legends Wikipedia page, and I was right, he only appears in one of the books later on, but he does appear twice, a few more times in holograms or visions or whatever. But I'm going to be interested to see how much involvement Obi-Wan has until the end of this book. I'm going to be curious to know if he leaves at the end of this book. Well, no, it's probably going to, but I'm curious to see just where Malorum's story is going to go, because I know that. Because also it does say on his Wikipedia page, took the secret of the Skywalker twins with him, so I'm going to be very interested to see where that leads. So yeah, but that was my review of chapter 15. Any other notes? I think it was a sweet interaction between Obi-Wan and Garen, and you can really feel Obi-Wan's heartbreak, and even he's trying to stop himself from welling up because of how much they are lost and how much things are different now. And Obi-Wan tells him that I'm thankful to see that you're alive, and Garen goes, no, I'm not sure if I am, or something like that. And it's such a heartbreaking line as well. And I think for Obi-Wan in particular, it's very impactful, I think. And it is that conversation is quite heartfelt, I think. And again, this is the thing that I think this book really needed more of. Because it was very much, especially in the first half, until about chapter 8, there was pretty much no chapters that were just talking. Every chapter had to have an action scene up until chapter 8, and even if the talking, like in what was it, chapter 4, not 14, not 13, not 12, I think it was 11, where we first met. Was it? No. 15. I think it was chapter 13, where everyone's disguising himself as as a Oscar. Even a talking chapter like that, where it is still a tense scene, would have just been nice to have. I'm talking as if I've finished the book, I haven't, but I think this book has had so much action that it's nice that we get some of the quieter talking scenes, and I think that's something this book really needed. And I like that the talking scenes in this chapter in specific, with the exception of Ferris talking to everyone about trying to hide the Jedi, have some sort of heartfelt feeling to them. You know, Obi-Wan, you really feel his heart break. For Ferris and Rogue, you really feel that romantic connection between them, and how they really do not want to leave each other, even though it's not outright said. You know they just don't want to leave each other, but they have places to go, and they have places that they need to go where they're needed. Ronan Usa, Ferris trying to find the Jedi and rebuild them, and it's just tragic. It's just tragic in a way. And I think this was quite a sweet chapter. But that is my review of chapter 15 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. So, yeah. I'll thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone. I've just read chapter 16 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. So, Ferris, Obi-Wan and Trevor have gone back to the Jedi asteroids that we saw earlier in the book with Toma and Reyna. Toma and Reyna start setting up the all the greenhouses and shelters and stuff and such. And Reyna was clearly quite gives a witty remark saying that they were getting quite tired of each other's conversation, but she was worried, but it was a forced joke, and it was quite clearly there was quite clearly a strain on her face, and that she was worried that they wouldn't come back. And Ferris asks Toma that he's intending to turn the asteroid into a place for Jedi to come to where they can be safe, and that he's bought supplies so they can be self-sustaining there, and that he needs people to run it while he's away. And he was curious if Toma and Reyna would be interested in doing it, and he knew he was a lot to ask, but before he could even finish, Toma said that he could imagine he could not imagine a better cause, but he couldn't speak for Reyna. Apparently Reyna does seem to be staying now. And when they set it up, Reyna promises to Obi-Wan that Garen, as she almost completed her med course, hold on. Before the Clone Wars, she was completing her med course, and she went and looked after Garen and said that he just needs a lot of care and rest, and he's not going to get any better. He's not going to be in any better care than if he was in a first-class clinic, which, you know, that's reassuring. And that he just needs a lot of care and rest. and food and basic med care. And she reassured Obi-Wan about that. And she promised to make him better for Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan was thankful. And Obi-Wan goes out and talks with Ferris. Ferris asks about Garen. Obi-Wan informs him that he doesn't quite know how long it's going to take for him to recover. And Ferris is straight onto thinking about going to Coruscant, and says that now that he's settled, they have no time to lose. They have to get to Coruscant to try and rescue the Jedi there. What was it? Something, Tona something. Tona something, I don't know. I know it was Phi for their first name. And Obi-Wan knows what he's about to say will disappoint Ferris, and says that he's not coming with him, and Ferris knew that was probably what he was going to say, but he hoped he had changed his mind. And Obi-Wan tells him that he's given him as much help as he can. And Ferris asks, what about Garen? And Obi-Wan says he's leaving him in a place where he can be cared for. And Ferris goes, yes, he needs care, that's my point. We found Garen, and we know there is another Jedi who needs our help. Ferris shook his head. I don't understand how you can walk away from that. And Obi-Wan just can't explain. And he knows there are some things that Ferris just can't know. And Ferris snorts, saying, oh, your secret mission again. And Obi-Wan tells him that he's sorry he can't tell him. And that if he needs his help from time to time, he'll help him, but he can't build the base for him, and he can't travel the galaxy with Ferris, and he has his own, and he already figured out what his own place in fighting the Empire would be. And you can see that Ferris is impatient, and you can see, and Ferris gets a bit frustrated and says, so you'll abandon us, not you abandon your best friend. And surprisingly, Obi-Wan doesn't have much of a reaction to that. I was expecting more of a reaction, but he says, and Obi-Wan says, they have you, this is your mission, Ferris, you chose it. And Ferris is a bit angry, and Obi-Wan was a bit mixed with his own feelings, because he couldn't say that he didn't think Ferris had a point, and part of him wondered if he was abandoning them, and he was worried about how fragile the group was, because Garen is quite frail and weak at the moment. Reyna and Toma can do stuff, but they can't. Were courageous and resourceful, as it's described, but they could only do so much. And Trevor was sharp and inventive, but he was only still a boy, and Ferris is only just about getting on the path of the Jedi again, and he's still not. And he thinks he's as powerful and as good as he was back when he was a Jedi, which he's not at the moment. He still needs to find his way back up there. And he was leaving them to fend for themselves, and he knew he was doing the right thing, but he couldn't go on and not have regrets. And he starts remembering something from a conversation he had with Qui-Gon, and says acceptance, and Qui-Gon told him acceptance doesn't guard you from regret. To be a living being is to live with regrets. So those who say they regret nothing are liars, or fools. Accept your regrets the way you accept your mistakes, then move on. And Obi-Wan looks at Ferris, and he has a bit of pain in his heart, and he knows Ferris was brave, and there was so much ahead of him, and that had to leave him. And he's a bit... and the feelings he's feeling of things that he wishes he didn't have to feel again. He didn't know he could feel them again. And that was when he knew that he was ready to take on the training from the Wheels, as he didn't know why. But to begin with, and Qui-Gon told him that when you know, you'll be ready. When you know why you're not ready, you'll be ready. And the feeling is heartbreak and confusion. And everyone asks him. It says he has one of two things to ask. First is Garen, and Ferris reassures him, still angry at him, that Garen will be well cared for, and he's not going to abandon him, and everyone is thankful. And he also says to him that for reasons he can't tell Ferris, it's been able to put off, and it's been able to deflect it's been able to deflect an inquiry. Oh, that's a tough word. Inquiry for a time, with surrounding Malora, when he's afraid Malora might be investigating into Police Master, and he tells Ferris that he can't know yet. He can't tell Ferris why, but if Malora finds out what's going on, then everyone will be in danger. Then all the Jedi and this little group on the Jedi asteroid will be in danger. And Ferris reassures him that he will go and find Malora, and they will track him down, and it may take a while. And everyone tells him to do his best, and if Malora continues to investigate, he has to know. And he says on his way to Coruscant, he'll need to drop him off on Tatooine. And Ferris says, "You're treating me like an apprentice," Ferris said. "You won't tell me what you're doing, and you're all giving me orders." "It seems that way," Obi-Wan said. "But I don't think of you as an apprentice." "What do you think of me as, then?" Ferris asked, irritably. "A Jedi," Obi-Wan said. "One of the last." And Ferris eases up after that. His troubled gaze eases up. And he says that it's been so long that since he was a Jedi, and the old ways are ingrained in him, but he's struggling to rediscover them and find them, and he needs to have acceptance, and acceptance without judgment. And everyone says that it's something to strive for, and Ferris says that he'll try. And Obi-Wan notices that Ferris didn't understand him or had forgiven him, but he had taken another step on his path. And that's where we end off the chapter. Again, this chapter doesn't really feel like we've had anything new, so to speak. It very much just is Ferris is angry at Obi-Wan's secret. It definitely comes across as Ferris is angry at Obi-Wan's secret mission, because he's not coming for the cause that he knows is what he wants to do. And it's not as if we've had chapters like these before in this book and the last book. But just because it is a familiar chapter, a familiar conversation, it doesn't mean it isn't different this time. And I think this was a sweet chapter, a chapter that was, best way to put it, impactful, because you do get to see Obi-Wan's feelings in this, which again aren't necessarily new things in these books so far, but you do get to see that he's not at all content with leaving them, and he doesn't necessarily want to leave them, but he knows he has to for Luke, and it is just I don't know where I'm going with this now, but and so this is quite a common theme in these reviews. I start saying something and then I add an "and" on there, and I don't know for no reason, as if it's a full stop. But yeah, I again, I enjoyed the chapter. I'm happy it's another talking chapter. I was a bit confused when I went to the end of the previous chapter and they said self-sustaining, and I didn't realise that they meant, oh, they're going to be putting stuff on the asteroids to keep everyone there self-sustaining, rather than, as I thought it was going to be, like they have to go and Ferris and Bone and everyone else, Ferris and Bone and Trevor, they need to do stuff themselves to stay self-sustaining, which for some reason just didn't click with me, that they were going to the asteroid. But yeah. I'm going to be curious to see where the next two chapters go, because there is still, I'm on page 133, there's 139 or 138 pages, how many? 139, and even in last chapter, I really do feel like, where are they going to go? How are they going to feel? How is Jude Watson going to push this out to another 3 chapters? And how is it going to be pushed out to another 2 chapters? Because unless they're setting something up with Malorum, the only other chapter I can see being done is with Obi-Wan being chopped off at Tatooine. And even then, in the last chapter, that's the only one I could see being done. So unless one of these chapters winds up featuring Malorum in some capacity, I don't really see why it should be going on for 2 chapters. I suppose that's something I'll have to read on and see, isn't it? So, yeah. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read Chapter 17 of The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning. I've only got one more chapter left, that's only 3 pages, oh, I'm so close to the end. But we're talking about Chapter 17, not Chapter 18. So Obi-Wan, Ferris and Trevor lands back on Tatooine. There's a sandstorm going on, which is perfect for Obi-Wan because no one's going to see him. And Obi-Wan says goodbye to Ferris, and not Ferris, Trevor, and he says that they had quite an interesting journey together. What's the conversation specific? Goodbye, Trevor, Obi-Wan said. We've had an interesting journey together. May the Force be with you. Back at you, one. And that really made me laugh with Trevor saying one. And Trevor goes back in and Ferris says, charming place. I can see why you want to live here. Because again, there's a sandstorm going on. He's being sarcastic. And Obi-Wan says, and what's your asteroid's a garden? And Ferris goes, but it will be. And Obi-Wan just... There's still a part of him that wants to stay with Ferris and cling on to the past. But he knew what Ferris had to do and that he had to do it alone. And he says that he's glad that their paths crossed again, and Ferris said that he was kind to him as an apprentice and he admired him more than any Jedi, him and Sui, and he gets yes to trust him. And he says that it's not easy. And Obi-Wan says, Qui-Gon would say that when it comes to the living Force, trust is the only currency. And Ferris nods and he says, if you said you would help me if I needed it, and he pledges the same to him, and they part ways, and Obi-Wan takes some cover under an overhanging cliff, and Ferris goes back into the ship to make some final flight checks before departing, and Qui-Gon says to Obi-Wan, "I never said trust was the currency of the living force." And he sounds amused, and Obi-Wan smiles and says, "You didn't? I don't think I said anything that pompous. I don't think I'd say anything that pompous. It sounds more like you." And Obi-Wan says it's good to be back, and Qui-Gon notices that there's something changed, and Obi-Wan says he knows why he wasn't ready for the training with the Wills to become a Force ghost. And it was because he just had lost his connection to the living force, and his blame and regret for himself for Anakin turning to the dark side and the galaxy ending up where it did was just weighing him down, and he closed himself off from... He tried to not only exile himself but his heart, and he just couldn't open himself up. He was too down with blame, and Qui-Gon reassures him that it wasn't you, it was Anakin's choice to turn to the dark side. And Obi-Wan says there were so many things I should have seen, so many places I could have corrected him. And Qui-Gon says, again from quote from the last chapter, "Yes, but you must accept your regrets the way you accept your mistakes, then move on." And Obi-Wan goes, "Someone told me that once, long ago." And Qui-Gon smiles and says, "Pity you didn't listen. Pity you didn't listen." And Obi-Wan feels the lift, and Qui-Gon knows Qui-Gon was right, and he's learned to forgive himself now, and he's opened himself up to the pain again, and he's live here and watch over Luke, but he wouldn't stop living, and he knew, and he would start with forgiveness for his mistakes, and he knew that it was now part of one great struggle, and the galaxy did not turn on his failures, and it did not rest on his success. And how the power of the Empire was awesome, as it says, but I think it means... I don't think it means awesome as in wow, but wow, that's incredible, but as in awesome as... Well, to be fair, that is what awesome means, really. That that's funny, but you know, it's in a state of awe and wonder. Which, you know, that's typically what it's meant to mean anyway, but I think it's just used more as a more flippantly than that without realisation. And oh, I've just lost my bookmark again. Is this going to happen with every book? And how it was awesome and fearsome, and that Luke and Leia were alive, Ferris was alive, Garen was alive, maybe other Jedi were too, and that someday rebellion would rise, and everyone watches Ferris take flight, knows Ferris is the future, and that he would take the fight that, and he would take up the fight that Obi-Wan couldn't join, and Obi-Wan readies his mind, and he says to Qui-Gon that he's ready to begin his training. And that's where we end off this chapter. Now, if you pardon me, I need to get a new bookmark. Hold on a moment. There we go, got a new bookmark. Again, this is a simple chapter, a simple talking chapter. And it's definitely one... And it was nice. It was a nice chapter. I'm curious to see where the next chapter's what the next chapter will even be about, because I know it's got Ferris and Trevor in that, so it reads a little bit of... I do look ahead a bit in it, and you know, it's got Ferris and Trevor in it, so I have no idea what's going on there. Because I would have expected Malorum to be in there. It says on Wikipedia he appears in this book, but he hasn't, so maybe that's a mistake on Wikipedia. But yeah, I enjoy this chapter. I'm going to be quite interested to see where the next book's going to wind up going. And I think for Obi-Wan's character here, it, I think these two books have had quite the journey for Obi-Wan, and even though for me, when it comes to character development, unless I'm the one who's directly writing it, I generally don't notice it. You can tell that there has been a change in Obi-Wan, and I think that's quite heartwarming. So yeah. And I do like how Ian and Qui-Gon are right back to their banter now. And now Qui-Gon's no longer being this kind of stoic teacher, but now it's the more amusing, but it's now the kind of amused, the amused friends that everyone used to know. And I think that's quite sweet. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to say with this chapter. Again, it's kind of just feel like it's in the it's an epilogue. And I also have the next chapter, so I think I'm going to have more to say with the next chapter, which should be coming up in a moment, because it's probably part of a four chapter part review, so yeah. But yeah, thank you for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read chapter 18 of Last of the Jedi Dark Warning, and that means I've finished the book. So Malorum do not appear in this book apparently, despite what Wikipedia said. But let's just start off. Ferris and Trevor have arrived on Coruscant, and this definitely feels like it should be in the next book, honestly. I think where the last chapter ended was probably the perfect place to end the book, but anyway. I guess they need a way to lead into the next one. Have a smooth leading. But Ferris and Trevor are on Coruscant. They're entering an express space lane so they can go down to the ground, and Ferris is saying that. And Trevor is in absolute awe because he's never seen so much like this before. And Ferris says, "Never seen anything like it, right?" Ferris asked. "Never. It's just about anything you'd want." And Trevor's just in such awe because behind every building and every light, the thousands that he's seeing, there is a business, a home, a dwelling, a person behind that, and he's just in awe of it all. And Ferris explains that he has contacts there, and Coruscant might be a place for Trevor to put down some roots, and Trevor feels a bit offended by that, I think, because yeah, he thought he and Ferris were partners, and yeah, he thought about leaving Ferris on Ilum, but he hasn't, and now Ferris on their first occasion together were now wanting to dump him, and Ferris notices his face, and Trevor says that "Ready to unload the space garbage, huh?" And Ferris tells him that no, but he doesn't know. But he has a new goal now, and he knows it's dangerous, and he doesn't know where he's going or how he'll live, and he can't drag Trevor into that uncertainty. And Trevor's saying it's not dragging him, and Ferris says, "You can't tell me that you haven't thought of leaving. There's easier ways to live." And Trevor goes, "Okay, I've thought about it." And he says he can't, and he says it's not. He says he can't say he's crazy about this Jedi base idea, but he doesn't know. He feels kind of stuck with Ferris. And he says, "That's the awful new moon truth," and Ferris laughs at it. And Trevor pops his legs up on the console and says, "So if you don't mind, I'm not going anywhere just yet." And Ferris knows he should, and have a bit of a cut, and Ferris knows that he should keep a low profile and go to the most crowded spaceport to be lost, to get himself lost but he just has to see the Jedi Temple, and he flies by it, and he's overcome with rage and pain and sorrow, and he can't believe what he's seeing. Because the temple, the spires are scorched, the towers are broken, and and he hasn't really absorbed the loss of the Jedi. And it's just filling you up with that rage, pain, and sorrow. And he knew they would be in danger on Coruscant. Every moment they were on Coruscant. And he didn't know where to start. They were in a new galaxy, and he didn't have the knowledge or tools to maneuver himself around in there. And some of his contacts could be dead, some of them could be spies for the Empire. He just didn't know. And he thinks back to the visions, and he remembers that they accused him of being arrogant, and he knows why he was doing this. He was more certain than ever as he looked down on the temple, and it was because that he was the only one who could save the last of the Jedi and find them and give them their new home. And that's where we end off the book. I think this is. I mainly want to talk about the last the ending bit there. I think this was quite a solemn ending, I think, and with what we've learned of Ferris's character, I think this was probably a very good place to end the book. I think the last chapter would have been a better place, but this was still a good place to end the book. And I think with Ferris's character, there is quite a bit to him, and you know he's not fully let go of the Jedi, and he's not really, and he's trying to become a Jedi again, but he doesn't really believe in it. I'm going to be very interested to see where this goes in the next book. It's a conversation with Trevor. I think Trevor is is a funny character, but I think he's a great kind of eye for the audience, in the way of you get to see, whereas Ferris is the hero, so to speak, Trevor is the everyday person who lives a not technically a normal life, but normal enough for us as the audience to really see into his eyes. And I think seeing that awe is definitely something you would feel if you were on Coruscant, because it is an entire city planet. It's an entire city, and I think that's something that I think we would feel if we were on a planet that was just entirely city. So yeah, and I think Trevor has some funny quips with Ferris here as well, and I think Ferris is quite a complicated character in himself. I think at the moment he's maybe a little bit more of a complicated character than Ferris, just simply because, at least for me, I haven't gone through the Jedi Quest books. I think Ferris, if I had gone through them, Ferris would definitely outweigh Trevor. But for me, having only gone through Last of the Jedi, well, going through it now, and this is my first experience of Ferris, Trevor definitely feels like the more in-depth character. But I think that just may be because he was a bit more of a... I think that just may be because his backstory was fully... I think maybe just because Last of the Jedi is the first time he appears, and his backstory has gone into a bit more detail in this. It's with Ferris Olin. I think you're expected to have read through the Jedi Quest books to understand where his story's coming from, because it does reference Jedi Quest quite a bit, I think. I think it's Jedi Quest when it's referencing, or it could just be stuff it's made up, but I think it is Jedi Quest. The amount of events from Ferris's past they're bringing up, it has to be from Jedi Quest. But I think if I had gone through Jedi Quest, Ferris would be a bit of a deeper character for me. But anyway, I am quite enjoying their characters. I do think it was a good choice to have both Obi-Wan, not to have Obi-Wan in the first two books, to really, I think, get people sold onto these books. To have a familiar character in there for the first two, to just get people connected with these characters if it's their first time being in there, while still having a character that they're already going to be familiar with. And I think that was a very smart way to go about it. And I'm going to be interested to see how these books continue without Obi-Wan. So, yeah. Overall, I enjoyed Dark Warning. I think it did go a bit overboard with the amount of action scenes it had. I think that is the main criticism I've been giving throughout these reviews. It just had way too much action going on. Like, it was only until about halfway through the book we had our first chapter that had no action at all. And I think that's maybe a bit too late into the book. Because it's only chapter 8 out of 18. No, 8 plus 8, 16, isn't it? I've got that completely wrong. But... Sorry, I got that completely wrong, didn't I? I kept... Oh... I've been saying I kept saying chapter 8 was halfway through as well. Oh. But, But... Sorry. But, you know, chapter 8 does feel a bit late in the book to find, out of 18 chapters, to finally start giving us a quiet scene, especially since that's almost halfway through the book. But, you know, it's not too big of a deal, and we do get some quieter talking scenes and some quieter talking chapters, particularly toward the end of the book. You know, we've had 3 chapters in a row at the end of the book that are... No, 4, I think, that are just purely talking. And no action in there. And I think that's good. We've had... It's a bit more of a sizable chunk now, because, when, of course, you can go back to some of my earlier reviews, or if this is in the compilation video for my Dark Warning review of chapters, you know, you've already listened to it all then. But, you know, I was quite critical of there being so much action going on. And it was a bit frustrating, because it was, you're waiting for them to just pause for a moment and talk, and even in the chapters where it did pause and talk, you know, it still had to throw in an action scene, and it did feel a bit but, you know, it's not too big of a deal. Again, I like how we're getting to see about how Ferris has gone from trying to fight the Empire on Bellarsa to fight the Empire on a large scale. It definitely feels like we've already come a long way since the first chapter of Desperate Mission. You know, in the first chapter we learned Ferris had escaped prison. Now Ferris is on this big quest, and it still only feels like we're at the beginning, and technically we are, because we've still got another 8 books to go. But yeah, I did enjoy Dark Warning. I don't think it was as good as the Desperate Mission. I think I preferred the Desperate Mission to Dark Warning. But then again, I think those Desperate Mission and Dark Warning are actually quite different from each other. And I think it very much depends on what you prefer. Do you want a more character and I guess more mission driven book, or do you want a more actiony book? If you want a more character and mission driven, I think Desperate Mission is going to be your taste. And if you prefer more action and smaller scale missions, then I think Dark Warning is going to be more to your taste. And I think it's definitely just comes down to preference. Of course, that's how rankings work, but yeah, I think I prefer Desperate Mission. At the moment, I think my ranking for The Last of the Jedi is Desperate Mission, then Dark Warning. But both were good. I want to make it clear, both were good. But I think it is just with Dark Warning, maybe there's a bit too much action going on. Because I can only really name about 5 chapters that had no action at all in an 18 chapter book. Oh dear. Maybe 6 chapters. Maybe 6. But yeah. Anyway, that is my review for The Last of the Jedi Dark Warning Chapter 18. And I guess for the Dark Warning as a whole. I'll be getting onto Underworld soon. I don't know when I'll start Underworld. It may be... I don't think it will be tomorrow. I need a break. I've been having a rough couple of days since Christmas, and I think I just need a moment. I think I just need a day or two to just calm my OCD down and relax for a bit. And I think then I'll be able to continue Underworld. So, The Last of the Jedi and get onto Underworld, so yeah. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I'll see you again probably either on New Year's or when I start my review for Underworld. If you don't know, on New Year's I have got a compilation video for my 3 Ruse Engines series, so if you're also into Thomas the Tank Engine, you can go check that out. So yeah, or maybe my compilation video for this book may come out before then, you never know. But yeah, so I'll see you either on that compilation video, depending on when it releases, or New Year's, or when I do my review for Underworld. So yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being here with me for reading Dark Warning, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.